And I'm not looking to point fingers. And I'm not predisposed. I just have questions about it.
Who's the court reporter? Who's the court reporter?
I don't know, Joe. Who's not here?
I'm not sure. Is it a bona fide error?
I guess we could ask.
I thought they had to tell you. They had to tell you. Huh?
No, we can ask her. She's right there.
Should be interesting.
Hey, how did your farm fare? Your farm, how did your farm fare in the summer? I just didn't know it's possible. I thought he had some issues.
I was flooded during the rainstorm.
You have stayed away from the coast?
Okay. Waiting for Denise.
Still the pictures of Sarasota. That is just so horrible. So horrible. I actually saw more water. In fact, I think the air sheet was on it says water production. I don't know what the water is. Okay.
So they won't grow anywhere that's ever flooded.
Not like wet feet. Live oaks,
They don't like it either. But yeah, I was gonna say
turkey
they.
oaks.
Tells good history.
Everybody got quiet there.
Yeah.
For the continuances.
I thought you gave me a dirty look or something. Ready? Okay, I'd like to hold the meeting to order, please. Just stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call?
James Girardi.
Here.
Christopher Poole.
Here.
John Moody.
Here.
Matthew Munz.
Here.
Derek Potlitz.
Here.
Chris Williams.
Here.
Chairman Charles Ray.
Here. And the proof of publication, please.
The following items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on April 17, 2024, May 1st, 2024, May 22nd, 2024, July 10th, 2024, and July 24th, 2024, and by certified mailings and site postings.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes from the June 20th and July 11th meetings.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Further discussion of the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. So I'd like to welcome everybody today. We're the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the County Commission and we meet twice monthly.
We serve as a local planning agency and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, comprehensive land amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings and conditional use requests. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standards requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If anyone is in opposition to any development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the County Commission, it's important for you to attend the appropriate County Commission meeting. Those of you who are not familiar with the format of the meetings, we have 3 segments. We usually have continuances, we have consent, and we have regular items. So it's been our custom to approve requests for continuances from the staff or the applicant, unless there are extraordinary circumstances. And we'll go through the continuances one at a time, and then follow with the consent agenda items. Those items are where we have not received any comments from the staff or from the public, and then we'll go through those each one at a time. For any, as we read them off, if there's any that you want to have heard today, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll recognize you and pull it off the consent agenda to go on the regular agenda. And the regular agenda items are the ones that we'll talk about today and be fully vetted. Applicants will have 3 minutes to make their presentation, and objectors will have, or concerned citizens will have 3 minutes to state their concerns and ask questions. And following the presentation and the responses, the applicant will have an opportunity to come back, have 5 minutes to respond and answer those questions. If there's been a request, at least 24 hours prior to this meeting in writing for extra time, it may have been granted. I don't think there has been, is there, Denise?
No, Mr. Chair, no requests.
And nobody on WebEx? Yeah. Okay.
We don't have anyone signed in on WebEx, but we
Okay.
do have applicants on WebEx.
Okay. All right. So for those of you who plan to give testimony or come up and speak today, if you'll please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. Anybody who wants to speak?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Very good. So please take a moment to silence your phones if you have your phone with you, so it won't interrupt the speakers. And before we start the regular meeting, this is an opportunity for anyone who's here to talk about something not on today's agenda. If you like to come up and make a comment or ask a question, this is the time to do it. Is there anybody that has that? Okay, I don't see anyone. So I guess with that, we can start. Ms. Denise?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. Denise Hernandez, Planning Development and Economic Growth Department. We're going to start with item PC3, which is DRD 240036. This is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Land Development Code, several sections to address invasive species. This item is being withdrawn, so there is no further action required. However, we do have someone who has signed up to speak for this item.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and make the motion. Do we want to make a motion to withdraw?
Do we need to make an action?
I don't think there's a motion required. It's just no
So
action.
who's here?
Well,
Who's here would like to speak?
I do have Ms. Jennifer Sini signed up to speak on that item.
Okay.
Would you like to handle that at the end of the consent agenda?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
did you call for regular comment though? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did.
So shall I move on to item PC4?
Yes.
Item PC4 is PEG 247810. It's a zoning amendment, SR 52 Realty LLC, SR 52 Realty. The request is to continue the item to the September 19th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Newport Richey.
Okay.
On this item, the applicant is virtually present.
Okay, does the applicant have any comment? If not, is there anybody here who'd like to speak on this one? Okay, I don't see anyone or hear anyone. Next.
Move on to the next item. The next item is PC5. It's PEG 247769. It's a zoning amendment, Mears 4 LLC. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain, and the applicant is virtually present.
Okay. Yeah, would the applicant have anything to say on this?
The applicant is Ms. Wilhite, if you'd like to promote her, in case she has something to add.
Ms. Wilhite, do you have anything? Okay, hearing nothing. Is there any one here that's here to speak on this one? All right, then next.
Following item is PC6, zoning amendment, Suncoast Lakes MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, RISD, Florida JV. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Okay,
And that's a staff initiated item.
okay. Anyone else here to speak on this one? No public comment, okay. All right, I think that's all the continuances, right?
Those are the continuances.
Okay. So do I hear a motion on the continuances?
I'll make the motion to continue PC4 to September 19th, and PC5 and PC6 to dates uncertain.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Likewise, no for likewise. Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, before Denise starts on the consent, I want to let you know I've got a conflict on PC10, PC11, and PC14, so I won't be voting on those. I don't know if
Okay.
you want to call for public comment, see if any of those need to restructure the consent.
Okay. All right, as we come up with those, we'll see if there's anything.
Okay.
What was, which?
7, 10, and 14.
PC11, and PC14.
Yeah, 10, 11, and 14.
I'm going to move on to item PC7. That's PEG 247807. It's a special exception for Lakeshore Boulevard LLC for a freestanding commercial and recreational vehicle and boat storage facility in the C1 district. This is a companion item to item PC8 where they're asking for the rezoning to be C1. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions, which include, of course, that it would not take effect until such time as the zoning is approved. And also there's a limitation on the number of years that it will have that special exception, and allowing the applicant to reapply for it at least 90 days prior to the expiration. And it comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet. And then also one of the conditions does also include the Live Local Act condition.
Okay, is the applicant present? Okay, is the applicant present?
The applicant is virtually present.
Okay, we're gonna pull that one then.
Okay, cool. Will you be pulling PC8, which is the companion?
Yes, I assume you're gonna pull both of them,
Okay.
right?
Okay, so PEG 247806 Lakeshore Boulevard LLC, which is a rezoning from PO2 and MF2 to C1. That one is also being pulled.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Following item is PC9, and that is PEG 247800. It's a zoning amendment, Pasco Window and Door Plus More LLC. It's for a change in zoning from an R1MH, Single Family Mobile Home District, and C2 General Commercial District to a C2 General Commercial District with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction that limits the uses to those uses allowed within the C2 district, which is also known as the Live Local Act deed restriction. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
Is the applicant present?
The applicant is virtually present.
Is anyone here to object? Okay, I see no objections. The next one?
Do you want me to move on to PC 12 so that you can vote on the items together, excluding Mr. Poole?
We'll leave 10 and 11 out, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you
well,
like that?
We're gonna still have to vote on them, but you want us to vote on them separately, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to move on to item PC 12.
Mm-hmm.
And that's PEG 247815. It's 4802 SE 102 Place, LLC, Mitchell, Land O'Lakes Boulevard, and Gator Lane. This is for a change in zoning from an AR Agricultural Residential District to a C2 General Commercial District with voluntarily agreed upon deed restrictions that are listed in your findings of fact number 2. And those deed restrictions are as a result of conversations with the District School Board of Pasco. Am I looking at the wrong one? District School Board of Pasco County, where that access to this property, or this property is adjacent to the Pasco High School and also the District School Board offices for the school district. So basically they have specifically asked that certain uses be prohibited, and those are listed in your findings of fact number 2B. Additionally, the school board asked that access be prohibited through Gator Lane. This parcel does have access to Land O'Lakes Boulevard. So it comes to you with a recommendation of approval of the zoning action with the deed restrictions, voluntarily agreed upon deed restrictions listed. And of course, it does also include the Live Local Act deed restriction. And the applicant is virtually present.
Okay. Anyone here to object? I'm sorry, did you raise your hand? No. You scratched your nose. Okay.
Item
That's
PC
permitted.
13 is being pulled. There is someone here who would like to speak on that item.
13 is being pulled, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair. Item PC 14, Mr. Poole is, we're going to move on to PC 15.
Okay.
PC 15 is PEG 242107. It's a
We're gonna
variance.
pull that one too.
It is going to be pulled? Okay. All right. Okay, so that is your consent agenda where Mr. Poole will not be, where Mr. Poole will be voting on the items.
Will not be.
Okay.
So motion,
Well, wait, no, PC 15 is still on the consent, correct?
No,
he
it's
pulled
pulled.
it.
You're pulling 14
PC.
or 15?
So let's go through the ones that are still on consent.
I thought you were
9 and 12.
Oh, I thought you were pulling
Yeah.
14, okay.
Motion to approve PC 9 and PC 12 on the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further
PC
discussion?
14, for clarification,
Yeah.
Mr. Chris Poole is not going to be voting on that, and it's also going to be pulled, because there are folks here who are,
Okay.
who want to speak on that.
All right. So let's, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item PC 10,
Mhm.
and that is PEG 247809, zoning amendment, BMC 9 LLC and Black Marlin Capital LLC. It's for a change in zoning from an R1MH single-family mobile home district to a C2 general commercial district with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction that preserves the uses to those uses allowed in the C2 district, also known as the Live Local Act. Deed restriction comes to you with a recommendation of approval.
All right. Is the applicant present?
The applicant is virtually present.
Anyone here to object? If not, do I hear a motion and with the understanding that...
Did you want to do PC
Commissioner
11, because
Poole.
that's another consent where Mr. Poole will be?
Okay, we can do both of them at once,
Okay.
yeah.
Item PC 11 is PEG 247814, zoning amendment, 39 and Chancey LLC. 39 and Chancey, change in zoning from a C1 neighborhood commercial district to a C2 general commercial district with a voluntarily agreed upon deed restriction, preserving those uses to see for those uses listed as permitted uses within the C2 district, also known as the Live Local Act deed restriction, comes to you with a recommendation of approval, and the applicant is physically present.
All right. Is anyone here to object?
Move to approve items PC 10 and PC 11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. with the abstention from Commissioner Chris Poole from both of those items. So all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're going to move on to the first item that was pulled, which is PC 7.
Move back, you mean, right? Okay.
Good afternoon, Liam Devine, Planning and Economic Growth Department. This is PC 7, PEG 24-7807. It's a special exception request for a freestanding commercial and RV boat storage facility in C1 neighborhood commercial district in the name of Lakeshore Boulevard LLC. The future land use is ROR. The applicant is requesting to develop the property with a freestanding RV and boat storage in conformance with C1 neighborhood commercial district standards for development. This does have a companion rezoning, which is PC 8 on your agenda. The subject site is located on the west side of Lakeshore Boulevard, approximately 233 feet southwest of 5A Road. It's located in the West Market area and urban service area. Here is our context map of the area. Here is a zoomed in aerial of the subject site. The surrounding future land use to the north, east, and south is all ROR, and to the west is Res 6. And the surrounding zoning to the north is MF2 and C1. To the east is PUD, to the south is MF2, and to the west is R2. The subject site consists of a one-story concrete block building that was formerly utilized as a notary and fingerprinting service. Access to the property is from Lakeshore Boulevard, a 30-foot wide private maintained local road. Here is the conceptual site plan. And this is coming with recommendations for approvals as provided in your agenda packet. I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay.
So the memorandum talked about substandard road conditions. Is their obligation to fix the road or just pay a proportionate fair share?
I would defer to our subject matter experts for that.
And can we show the planning? Can we street view the road?
I don't know if Nemo or, not Nemo, if Ben or Stacy is online for this item.
Yes, good afternoon. Ben and Elbow here with Transportation Planning. So the roadway, Lakeshore Boulevard, from Lakeside Women's Drive northwest to 5A Road, it is indeed full standard. Let's see, as far as having that roadway conform to our county standards, the trip generation for this one, based on the zoning, is about the daily trips is 507 trips, and as such, the based on our land development code 901.4, they're pretty much let's see. Yeah, they're pretty much going to have to mitigate that roadway through design, construction, and right-of-way donation to do that.
Do we know what substandard road mitigation they need to do? Can we street view that?
I assume we're waiting for an answer.
So Ben, how far do they have to fix, the road's in pretty rough shape. The question is, you're saying they're required to fix it, how far are they required to fix this thing? And does that include fixing this pavement? I mean, that's in pretty rough shape.
Yes, sir. So they're going to have to do a roadway assessment, basically from 5A roadway all the way to their project's driveway. And if that assessment indicates that they need to, pave the roadway, then they would have to do such. But they have to do the assessment to indicate what type of mitigation they would have to do for that roadway.
Well,
yeah, it's rough. It's pretty much a rough shape. There are potholes and as shown there.
Do they need to repave this?
Cracks. Yes, if the engineer indicates such that they have to do that, then yes, to bring it up to county standards.
Okay.
That satisfy you, John?
For the moment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, what other questions do we have?
We can hear from the applicant.
You don't have anything else?
Not from staff.
Okay. All right, the applicant present?
WebEx?
Ms. Russo, you have been promoted. If you would please unmute and also state your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn.
My name is Eva Russo. I have not been sworn.
If you raise your right hand and repeat back to the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and... Sorry. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, go right ahead.
Your connection is... Ms. Russo, we cannot hear you. You have a very spotty connection. You're breaking up.
Better now.
Why don't you try now?
Can you hear me now?
No, you're still breaking up.
From New Jersey, so.
Do you want to revisit later in the agenda, or?
Yeah. Liz, what do you think?
It's still very difficult to hear you.
Okay, we're gonna come back to this.
We're just gonna move on to another item on the agenda.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, based on what has been pulled, the following item would be item PC 13, and that is Cocalacas West MPUD.
Good afternoon, William Vermillion, Planning, Development, Economic Growth. This is the Cocolacus West MPUD PEG 247597. A rough location of this rezoning just to the south of State Road 52 in the central Pasco Employment Village. This rezoning is from AC Agricultural to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to allow for the maximum development of 155 single-family detached units, 67 single-family attached units, 168,799 square feet of support commercial, and 125,000 square feet of light industrial. This is on approximately 177.48 acres, just to the south of State Road 52, 2.5 miles west of the intersection with Bellamy Brothers. Here is the location map, the current zoning reflecting AC, the future land use reflecting employment center. Here is an overall contextual map showing the location of this project within the larger Central Pasco Employment Village area. To the far west there, you can see Aaron Cutoff, and to the far east, Bellamy Brothers. The approved zonings within the Central Pasco Employment Village, the Swope MPUD, and Eagles 1 and Eagle 2, and then to the very southwestern portion, you can see a little sliver of Outlaw Ridge, and to the north, outside of Central Pasco Employment Village, you have Palmetto Ridge, or formerly known as Fort King. The subject site you'll see on this map has two vision roads that run through it, from north to south, Vision Road AA, and from east to west, Vision Road S. It should be noted that the future Orange Belt Trail runs along the southern portion of this property, and this project will be connecting via pedestrian connection to that future trail. Here is the master plan. You'll see the black arrow to the south indicating a pedestrian connection, and those yellow arrows indicating potential future cross-access, as well as the two vision roads to be constructed on the premise. The red areas indicate the support commercial, the purple the light industrial, and the brown is the medium density residential. Here is the currently approved master plan for the Central Pasco Employment Village. You can see the Vision Road alignment is the same, and the Cocolacus West MPUD is following the guidelines laid out by the sub-area in terms of the approved land use, with the red for support commercial, the critical linkage and wetlands, the purple for light industrial, and then to the south, the medium density residential. The applicant is only seeking one variation from 901-6011 to not provide a vehicular interconnect to the south of the subject site. As to the south of the subject site, we have the Orange Belt Trail, and then further the Swift Mud property. A meaningful vehicular connection could not be made. And with that, it comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions. Are there any questions for myself?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hobby.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I've been sworn. Staff gave a pretty thorough presentation, so I'm not going to say a lot, but the upshot of it is this project was put on hold a couple of years ago because of issues with the landowners, and that was all worked out. But it's following the construct of CPEV. It's the right location, it's the right entitlements in the areas that the conceptual master plan for CPEV shows. We were not subject to PM 26, but we voluntarily chose to meet all those requirements anyway, because we know that's what the county would prefer to see. We want to be a good neighbor here, and in the last day or two, we submitted a revised master plan to better show where our connection will be down to the Orange Belt Trail. So we feel like we're following all the rules, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, do we have any questions? Anybody? No. All right, thanks. Mark.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christy Zimmer, 3615 Pinecone Court, Land O'Lakes. As most of you know, the Cypress Creek well field is a very sensitive piece of property. With the amount of construction plans that you guys have already approved, I am speaking in opposition of this plan with the density that you're allowing, if you allow it. The 168,799 square feet of commercial and 125,000 square feet of corporate business park, target industrial, light industrial, is going to leave a negative impact on that Cypress Creek well field. For many years, we've been very protective of that area because it is a main resource of water for the Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. Even Commissioner Seth Waitman stated that that area is such a significant area for our water supply and water quality, so that studying it is one thing, but we think we would really, really need to understand the impacts we are doing to disturbing that, because the water supply is obviously for the Tampa Bay area essential resources. Cypress Creek Wellfield near the northern section of the property serves as an important source of water for surrounding region and is managed by the Tampa Bay Water. There are restricted areas around the water facility. A substantial amount of money has already been spent on previous studies when trying to put roads through the wellfield. I do not understand why we need to spend more money on something that has already been determined not feasible. The Tampa-Hillsborough Expressway had tried to put a beltway through there years ago and determined that the project is ahead of its authority because of the environmental sensitivity. The department considers the Cypress Creek well as a fatal flaw area, a piece of land the department would never touch. One of the factors that have been said here today is that I got the information from Tania Gordman, the chairman or the director of the MPO, that the PD&E for the Orange Belt Trail is now in revision due to its negative impact to the wetlands. So before you approve this, also the Vision Road is not even in the LRTP, and that is should not even be a consideration of approving this project without it even being in a long-range transportation plan. I ask that you ask the applicant to go back and revise that, eliminate the amount of industrial that you're impacting on that north side of the well field. The water does run south, and all those projects that you're approving are going to be a negative impact, and this particular project is closer to the well field than the others, but we have to find a line and draw that line somewhere before we do major damage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Anyone else?
That's the only person I had signed up to speak
Okay.
on that item.
It's the applicant.
Commissioners, just so you're aware, the board and the original group of property owners were very aware of the issues related to Cypress Creek when the planning for a CPEV began in about 2010. And there are special conditions both in the sub-area policies for this area and all of the MPUDs related to surface water treatment, surface water design, setbacks from the special area that she's talking about, which by the way is about a half mile or a mile from this site. We're not building the trail, the Orange Belt Trail. The adjacent MPUD has a condition requiring that. We would connect to it, so that's a non-issue, but the board adopted a series of special policies which are implemented in the MPUD to specifically not cause any damage to Cypress Creek in the manner that was being alleged. We will not be able to do it. We're meeting all kinds of special pre-treatment and other standards for surface water drainage, so we specifically do not adversely affect the well field. We're very much aware of it.
Okay. Any
Happy to
questions?
answer any other questions.
Mr. Hobby, I just wanted to reiterate, I know it was mentioned about the entitlements, but CPAV was entitled as a whole, and this project is just using what their percentage was predetermined already,
We are
correct?
following the percentage and the layout of the uses to the T that the board's approved in a conceptual master plan for it. One last thing, there was a discussion about where the industrial or corporate business park location is on our site. It's about 1 mile away from where the well field is. It's not anywhere near it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Clark, just real quick.
Clark? Sure.
These are,
Yes,
I
just a
think
minute.
John has a
Sorry.
question.
Catherine?
I will yield my time to her.
Okay.
Well, I just, there was an incorrect.
clarification, these are light
Catherine
industrial
Starkey,
uses?
4920 Galleon Court, Newport Richie. I was sworn in. The Orange Belt Trail is definitely going through there. As you know, we've secured easements from folks there, and the plan is for it to come along there and get to the trail that's been connected on overpass to get down to the school district, down on, is it Overpass or Old Pasco? Where's your?
Old Pasco?
Yeah, Old Pasco, so that our students don't have to get out on the road and drive, but they have an alternative method to get down to that big complex. So the trail, which has been on the state map for 15, 20 years, is definitely coming through there. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. All right. Anyone else? Any other comments? Okay. No?
John, can you restate what you said, just so people can?
Asked if the proposed industrial uses were light industrial uses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll hear a motion.
Move to recommend approval of item PC 13 as presented.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Further discussion on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, would you like to move back to item PC 7? I believe we have the applicant available by phone.
PC 7. So that'll be 7 and 8, really, right?
Yes, PC 7 and PC 8.
Okay. All right, let's give it one more time, Ms. Russo. Are you with us?
She's in with the calling user.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Much better.
Okay, great, sorry about that, I do apologize. My name is Ava Russo, the address is 10009 Gallant Lane, Tampa 33625. I'm the working under P.E. Michael Hoffman, and I'll be representing both the applicant as well as Advanced Engineering. The proposed project involves rezoning 3 parcels totaling 3.62 acres from PO2 and MS to C1. The purpose of the rezoning is to accommodate the addition of a freestanding recreational boat and storage facility while also keeping the existing use that's currently on site. Per LDC section 525.4, self-storage facilities and freestanding recreational boat facilities are permitted within the C1 zoning as special exemption use, and special exemption has been applied for concurrently with the rezoning. The adjacent parcel to the northeast is currently zoned C1, demonstrating a commercial compatibility within the vicinity, and we believe this transition from PO2 and NF to C1 zoning does align with the evolving needs within the community and brings a mix of commercial and professional services while maintaining the surrounding land use patterns. There are approximately 1.22 acres of Category 2 wetlands on the site, and we have provided a 25-foot wetland setback as seen on the site plan. To mitigate potential impacts, retention will also be provided on site to accommodate for the additional impervious area. There is a separate entrance for the RV and boat storage facility, which will have a gate and a fire truck turnaround for emergency access, and the required 75-foot separation from the gate to the right-of-way line has been considered as well. The property is going to follow all C1 standards as set forth in the code, as well as provide a 10-feet landscaping buffer to the north, south, and west, and a 10 feet to the east. It was previously mentioned that there are concerns regarding the condition of Lakeshore Boulevard. The standard roadway analysis did mention that mitigation is needed from the property access to Dade Road, which will be handled at the time of development. This step has found this development approvable, and we are kindly request your approval as well. To keep your time, and I'll take any questions you have.
So does your client recognize that they're going to have an obligation to pave a substantial length of roadway that's in horrendous condition?
They are aware of this, and they are going to be hiring an engineer to do that mitigation analysis to see the extent of it. And they're also considering potentially asking neighboring properties if they would consider working together to get this road done, since it is going to benefit numerous also properties on that road. So they're looking further into this. But yes, they are aware that for the conditions, they would be required to do so.
So how does your proposed rezoning comply with comp plan policy ED 1.6.2, preservation of capacity for employment generating uses?
The existing use that is there would remain, so it would be a multiple use property. In addition to the RV, the existing use would be there, which is employment generating.
So I guess the question that I have is, this is clearly an office park. Everything else in this neighborhood is an office. Why not just use the land to build more office? We have a hospital that's just gone through a brand new expansion and is even proposing additional expansion. There's lots of opportunity to rent offices to doctors and other support medical services. Where's the need for boat and RV storage in an office park?
It's understandable. This was something that the clients were wanting to have these, and with the new condition of the 15-year expiration date, that does give opportunity in 15 years to change the use to more commercial oriented use, such as an office. But this is the direction that the client wanted to go with the property.
Well, I understand that. What I'm asking them is, how does this proposal comply with that policy of the comp plan that says we're going to reserve our sites for high-paying, employment-generating land uses such as office, industrial, and employment-centered uses? It's an office park.
Yes, I do. I understand that, and I think them keeping the existing office that is on site would, I guess, be the way that they're complying with that code.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Any other questions from up here? No? Anybody from the audience? I see no. I see
Ask
no one.
David a question.
Pardon me?
Can I ask David Engel a question?
Yes.
So we allow boat and RV storage by special exception in light industrial zoning, but we have a standard condition that says if the Economic Development Council or some other entity can bring some employment generating user to the site, that they'll discontinue that use. And I don't know if you have access to what that condition is.
You said that's in the industrial zoning category?
In light industrial,
It's
it's a special exception, just like in C1, but in light industrial, staff typically imposes a condition, or the board typically imposes a condition that says you can use this as boat and RV storage, but if we come along and we've got someone that wants to use it for light industrial, then you're going to discontinue the use.
Mr. Moody, Denise is looking it up. I've never had a circumstance where we've had to impose that since I've been the planning director, but there may be a template that we could use and include that in the commission.
I tend to side with Commissioner Moody here. I'm not sure if it's compatible with the area. You know, this is, like you said, it's all office park. Around there is a hospital right across the street. Granted, you know, outdoor storage is pretty easy to convert in the future, but it's easier than a freestanding building would be, for instance. But I tend to agree. I'm not sure if it's compatible with the area.
Would that be considered more like a transitional use? Until such time as there's a demand.
I think that's what I'm looking for. As I see when we do this with LI, we basically say, hey, if we can bring an employment generating use there, then you'll give up the boat and RV storage. Right now, the proposed condition is that they can have this special exception for 15 years. Well, the hospital's expanding now.
Right.
I mean, so if a group of doctors wants to come in here and build an office,
Yeah, I mean, it's in
2 years from now, I'd hate to have it tied up as a boat and RV storage place, and I'm frankly not seeing where's the market. That's the owner's problem. I just don't personally see where there's a market for boat and RV storage in the middle of an office park next to a hospital.
Thank you.
Do we know, does the staff know where other boat storage yards are? Or is that in the agenda packet?
Yes,
maybe?
I recall reading something about how there was
Okay.
5 in the area or something.
That was not in the agenda packet.
No?
Where the nearest next boat and RV storage is.
Right.
They
Isn't
just have-
there one in Lakeside Woodlands just around the corner?
I don't recall. I don't know off the top of my head. But I can answer a little bit to the condition about 15 years. So we have used the condition in 15 years before in industrial special exceptions for RV and boat storage. That was a land development change that I think happened in 21, 22, so about 2 years ago. And we did that based off of an industrial study that we had done of the county. And we determined that those aren't necessarily employment generating uses, but they could be temporary uses in industrial zoning districts. So we added that to C3, which is a waterfall district, into I1 and I2 for that. So that section that is currently highlighted was always used there for purposes for industrial. We didn't necessarily know it was appropriate for this case because it's commercial in C1 and definitely lower density. And we also didn't have a study that was showing that those aren't necessarily full employment generating. And additionally, they would still have a professional office on the site as a mixture of uses. So a professional office and then the RV and boat storage. But if you feel that we need to add the language that is highlighted that we've used before in industrial, in I1 special exception cases, we can certainly do that. I would just ask if the applicant is acceptable to that. That basically states that in that 15-year time period, if Pasco County Economic Department Council or Pasco County finds a higher gross end user, they would have to forfeit their special exception use.
I'd be more likely to recommend approval if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's not tremendous demand for office right now. However, it is near the hospital, so there's more demand in that location. But, you know, if there hasn't been a demand, there's been no, you know, rush to build an office complex there, I would hate to deny the property owner the opportunity to have some kind of transitional use, you know, so.
I would agree. I'm not sure that the applicant nor the engineer understands the costs of repaving that road, and I'm seriously doubting that all your neighbors are going to willingly chip in if it's on your back to do it, but that's your risk.
Yeah, that is the risk.
I'm with you. I'm fine with it as
Yeah.
a transitional use, but if we can get a group of doctors from the hospital that wants to come over there and build an office, that's a better use than a boat and RV storage.
We just approved a workforce affordable housing multifamily just a few hundred feet away from that. What was the obligation? Do you remember what the obligation was?
They are required to bring the road to standard from project entrance all the way up to 5A, which would pass this site.
So what happens, so
Who gets
here's
to
a
it first?
problem with our substandard road system, so we look at each project in a vacuum and not all of the projects here, so now we've got 2 property owners with the same obligation. So how does that get resolved?
And again, the idea with that workforce affordable housing was to provide spaces for employees of that medical area to live a little bit more affordably. So what's, you know, for having a boat and RV storage, taking up valuable space for employment generating opportunities. I don't know.
I do also know that the hospital is considering expansion of the property that's directly north of there by the shopping center.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to speak to the provision that Mr. Moody requested that we read into the record. It's a little bit misleading to the extent that the way it's written now, the Economic Development Council or the Office of Economic Growth would have to bring a target industry to the property. So that's a business, and if the business doesn't secure the entire property and build an office building for itself, this provision would not be helpful.
So we have to reword the
It's a
provision.
narrow window of,
Yes.
that provision's pretty narrow. It would have to be the PEDC.
Well, can we
that
just
would-
change the words target industry to say office user? It's a PO1. Although if we rezone this, it won't be a PO1 district. It'll be a
What's the
C1
flu?
district.
What's the flu for this property?
The flu's ROR.
ROR.
Well, in the event an office user proposed to build on his property, there would be a land transaction with the owner, and they would purchase the property.
Yeah, ROR. Doesn't fit with ROR either.
So you want to try to structure a word, I mean, some verbiage there? Are you comfortable with?
If you want to, whatever word is more appropriate for whatever David's
I think
suggesting.
I think what he's trying to say is that office use isn't necessarily a target industry.
That's correct. The medical office wouldn't be classified as a target industry under the state statute and definition.
Okay. So can we just change the word office user or medical office user?
Sure.
Medical industry?
Yeah, it
Yes,
could
I
be
mean, you can
medical
have
or,
the condition
or
of what you
related
want.
office users.
Yeah. Medical or related office use.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
All right, we've made the amendment.
Is that acceptable to the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Okay, we have another question.
So if I understand the proposal correctly, they're gonna have an office, the existing office building's gonna remain, and then they're gonna have a portion of the property that's boat and RV storage, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's a requirement that they come in with a site plan
Yes.
before they do anything. And maybe, Brad, this question might be for you. What, does the whole site then get put under the requirements of 1105, or do they divvy up a portion of the site that's held to 1105 standards, or how does something like that work?
See, it doesn't help just to sit at the back of the room.
I'm gonna have to take
We
a
still
shop
find
across
it.
the street now. Brad Tippin, Planning Development and Economic Growth. Can you ask that again?
Well, you'd have a mixed use on the property, and a portion of the property would be governed by 1105 for the storage use, correct? And a portion of the site would not. How does that, I mean, you start talking about buffering and all the development requirements that go with the site plan, how would they even get applied to this kind of mixed use?
So the 1105, the storage facility language actually has some of that corridor style graphics that show different uses. If you have a barrier use between something and another site, how you have to design that use. We can look at those, but
Will 1105 apply to this particular road?
Well, not
There's
for the
pieces of
specific
1105.
corridor, but there's parts of it.
Design
that would.
standards for outdoor storage.
I mean, you can request that.
I mean,
some of
here's,
those
for
other-
example, you're gonna have screening requirements, so you're gonna take that office building, it's gonna be tucked behind a PVC fence that's gotta be put up.
Right, so you can actually make the request that certain uses be in certain orientations for that.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with the mixed use, I guess that's just all the things that are popping in my head, and the, whether the boat and RV storage belongs in this location. So that was why I was asking the question. Got it. Thanks.
And that applicant recognizes that the county allows one driveway cut per parcel?
It seems like there's a lot of challenges here.
That's what, I'm just
I'm
not
not
sure
sure
that
the
the
applicant
applicant
knows what
quite
he's getting into.
understands the flaming
Yeah.
hoops of fire that they're gonna have to jump through
Right.
and actually get this done.
Right.
Public comment?
Yeah, I asked for public comment. I don't think there was any. Anybody have any suggestions? Since there's no public comment, I think we need to either make a motion one way or the other, or continue it, give the applicant an opportunity to rethink, you know, what his obligations are here and if it's really worth it. Because just to pave that road is gonna be a lot of money.
I agree, so maybe a continuance to allow them to think about it's a good idea.
I just don't think it's good planning. I mean, I'm all about trying to allow a property owner to try to make money with their property, but it's just not good planning.
All right, so do I hear a motion?
Was the suggestion a 2-month continuance or the motion a 2-month continuance?
I just
Is
said
that what?
perhaps a
Oh, got
continuance
it,
is
okay.
in order.
I just wanted to provide
I
some
took
dates
that
if
as a
was the
motion.
case.
Was that a motion?
So moved, 60
Thank you.
days.
Continue to a date certain.
Do I have a second?
October 17th would be,
I think Derek seconded that, didn't you, Derek?
No,
I'll
I
second.
probably
Second.
wouldn't jump onto that.
Okay.
I'd probably move it down.
You-
I'll
Chris?
second, yep.
Chris second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue for 60 days.
October.
October 17th, planning position 130 in Newport Ritchie.
Okay. So all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign.
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries.
Is that a nay or okay?
It was
That was a nay.
Nay, yeah.
Being obstinate.
A continuance is a good compromise, however.
So PC 8 is the companion rezoning to that special exception that was just continued. I can certainly go through.
That will apply to
To the-
PC 7 and PC 8, right?
Well, you need to take
You still
a
have to hear
second one
this.
and go through the motion.
Do the same thing?
Give the public
Yeah.
a chance to comment.
Okay. We'll go through
Because you can't pass one without the
the
other. right?
PowerPoint. Unless you just want me to read it into record.
Yeah,
You
you
still need to open
can't.
the public
fine.
hearing, you still need to go through that process.
Okay.
We
We'll go
can't
through a
pass it
PowerPoint. PC 8 will go quickly.
without. Okay.
PEG 24-7806, a zoning amendment in Lakeshore Boulevard LLC. It's a rezoning from PO2 Professional Office and MF2 Multifamily High Density District to C1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The future land use is ROR, and again, the applicant is requesting to rezone to C1 so they can apply and go through the process of a special exception for an RV and boat storage and comply with C1 standards and 1105 standards. It's on the west side of Lakeshore Boulevard, approximately 233 feet southwest of 5A Road. Subject site is located in the West Market area and urban service area. Here is our aerial views, once again. Zoomed in. Surrounding future land use. Surrounding zoning. Subject site consists of a one-story concrete building that was formerly used as a notary and fingerprinting service, and access is through Lakeshore Boulevard. The nearest trail segment is 5A Trail, which is about 260 feet northeast of the subject property. And this is coming with a recommendation for approval.
All right. We know the applicant is present. Okay, I assume is there anyone here to speak on this one?
We have no one signed up to speak on this one, nor on WebEx.
Very good. Okay. Any questions or motions from the audience?
Are you gonna make your same motion?
We have a motion? We do have a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion.
The same
Second.
60 days.
Same 60 days, yeah.
October
And that continuance date is October 17th, Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Newport Ridge.
Okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Nay, to be consistent with my previous vote.
Consistently abstinent.
Doesn't happen often.
I know. Yeah. Okay. All right, keep us straight, Denise. Where are we going?
We are now on item PC 14, which is PG 247739.
So I'll state my name for the record, just in case it needs to be done. Liam Devine, Planning and Economic Growth Department. This is PC 14. Fletcher MPUD PEG 24-7739. It's an MPUD zoning amendment from AC Agricultural District and R1MH Single Family Mobile Home District to MPUD to allow for the development of 350 multifamily dwelling units, 160 townhome dwelling units, and 100 square feet of commercial and associated infrastructure.
100,000? 100,000 square feet.
100,000 square feet. What did I say?
100.
100. Well, that's a big difference. 100,000 square feet of commercial and associated infrastructure. The subject site is on the southwest side of Leland Avenue and east of US 41. It's located in the Central Market area and is outside of the urban service area and rural areas. Here is a context map. Here's the zoomed in aerial. I would point out Pilot Country is directly to the southeast of the subject site, Pilot Country Airport. The surrounding future land use is AG and Res 3 to the north, AG and Res 3 to the east. To the south is Res 3 and ROR, and to the west is Res 3. The surrounding zoning to the north is AC, RMH, and C2. To the east is AC and AR. To the south is AR and RMH. And to the west is RMH, C2, and MPUD. Here's some context related to the MPUDs in the area. There are several MPUDs. I will point out just a couple. To the west of the site is Talavera MPUD, which was approved for 800 single-family homes. To the south of that is Enterprise Park MPUD, which was approved for 200,000 square feet of industrial and 35,000 square feet of commercial. And then south of the site is Longleaf Groves MPUD, which was approved for 95,000 square feet of commercial, 15,000 square feet of office, and 350 apartments. And that one's also adjacent to the Pilot Country Airport. Here's the master plan. We do have a conceptual. There are specific conditions with this conceptual in, I believe, condition 1. And the project does have a loom. The applicant is requesting 4 different variations. One from LDC section 402.5D, the applicant requests a waiver from the distance requirement for the sale of alcohol beverages. This MPUD, PEG agrees with this variation. This MPUD is proposing a mixed-use compact development pattern that is walkable. As such, the buildings will be closer together, and the development will need flexibility regarding the mixture of uses. They are also requesting a variation from LDC 901.3M, which is the applicant seeking that variation from the LDC requirement for interconnections and cross-access in areas where there are wetlands and runway protection, which are to the south and east of the subject site. PEG agrees with this to avoid those such interconnections on the south and east side of the property will help preserve the wetlands environment and avoid possible flooding in the area. Additionally, the Pilot Country runway protection zone to the east will, by not allowing that interconnection and cross-access, will preserve future expansion. LDC 905.1, the applicant is requesting a waiver from the neighborhood parks requirement for multifamily apartment portion of the development. Parks, Recs, and Natural Resources agrees with this variation. Multifamily parcels are intended to be developed with a higher density than other residential developments, therefore basing park acreage on upland acreage of the site rather than the number of proposed units is more appropriate. And the last variation is LDC section 907.1. The applicant is requesting a minimum 15% reduction in the overall multifamily parking ratio. PEG agrees with this. This MPUD is again proposing a mixture of uses, compact development patterns that is walkable, reducing the multifamily parking ratio to 1.9 spaces per unit and reducing the impervious surfaces. And this is coming with recommendation for approval with conditions as provided in your agenda packet.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Devine, appreciate that. Any questions for him?
So on that conceptual plan, parcel H and parcel G1, which is kept clear for the approach for the runway.
So G1 is not for the approach. That would be parcel H. That is the basically the runway protection zone for the airport.
Which cuts off access to G.
Correct.
Right.
However, we do understand that there's wetlands and there's going to be, impervious area that they're going to have to do water compensation for. So parcel G1 is allowed for ponds and water compensation.
That was going to be my question, because it mentioned a reduction of the parking size to reduce impervious area, and I was wondering if H and G1 were counted into that as pervious, for purposes of the project. Or if they were just looking at impervious area on the D1, C, B, A.
So in condition number 1, and I'm going to read up, parcel G1 allows for ponds for water compensation and landscaping that complies with the FAA type regulations in 605. So parcel H, which is the essentially the runway protection zone, there are no structures or ponds or landscaping because that's prohibited in your land development code when we did the airport zoning ordinance not too long ago. So that would be prohibited. Fences are not considered structures, so those would be permitted. And then also they could have technically agricultural uses, passive grazing animals like horse, cattle, and sheep could still be there.
Okay, but is that portion of the property included in the calculations for pervious versus impervious? Do you know?
I don't know that answer. That would be a good question for the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Liam? Okay, if not, is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Christy Barrera with Hype Design, 5904 Breckenridge Parkway, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn in. So Liam did a great job presenting. I just wanted to remind you all that back in December, you all recommended approval for a future land use amendment to plan development. Since then, the board has transmitted that application to the state for review, and that will come back to the board hopefully when this zoning goes to the board next month. So it is a companion application. The plan development zoning has the same entitlements that the plan development future land use has the same entitlements proposed as the MPUD zoning. In the zoning, as you can see on this concept plan, we're proposing the higher density and intensity closer to US 41, and then transitioning to lower density as we get closer to that runway protection zone. Like Liam stated, the runway protection zone does not allow any development or any ponds, but we can have stormwater and floodplain ponds in parcel G1, which we plan to do. It's just not shown on this graphic. To answer your question about the pervious versus impervious, really we look at that on a smaller geography. So specifically talking about the multifamily apartment portion of the site was where we were trying to reduce that. But the area of the runway and east of that was not included in that analysis.
Okay.
And so because we're in the airport protection zone, we complied with all of the new regulations in the airport ordinance. We had noise analysis done. We also submitted building locations to the FAA to ensure that the heights of each of these buildings meet the requirement for the planes coming in and out of this airport. So we've worked with staff quite a bit on these conditions of approval and have put the different parcels on this concept plan to really break down where the uses can go. So we worked with staff to basically allow the use that's shown on the graphic or one use lower density. So parcel B could have apartments or commercial. Parcel C could have apartments or townhomes. D could have townhomes or single family. And I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have the applicant here today and our land use attorney.
All right, do we have any questions?
Are you gonna have to get a final approval from FAA for any of this? I'm just asking because I'm doing this project at an airport and the ponds become an issue if they're not designed correctly so they don't attract birds and birds and
Correct.
plants don't get along.
So that was one of the things, one of the reasons why we can't have ponds in that runway area. Interesting, you can have them right outside. So right outside that cone, you can have a pond. But yes, there are definitely certain requirements we have to follow. Pond location is one of them. Also glare on buildings is another one that FAA will approve. So we got, initial approval, but we will have to continue to show any revisions and changes as we go through the process with the FAA.
It looks like there's a pond there made by Mother Nature. It's been there for quite some time, probably before the airport. So.
We have to tell the birds, where they can fly and where they can't.
Okay. If there's no questions from up here, anybody from the audience? like
Mr.
to
Chair, on
speak?
this item, we have two people signed up to speak. We have Caitlin Buell and Alita Budd.
Okay. Hi.
I have something I'd like to add to the record.
We just need to have your name and address, please.
Oh, okay. Caitlin Buell, 11934 Driver Lane.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You want to submit something for the record?
Yes, please.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
May I go ahead? Or do you want me to wait till you see the...
It's upside down. Yeah, there we go. It's a little fuzzy.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Buell. As a Pilot Country resident and private pilot, my goal in speaking to you today is to help preserve the existence and unencumbered operation of Pilot Country Airport. While it is a residential airport, it also serves as a community resource. It's used by the National Guard and Pasco County Sheriff's Office for helicopter training and is a logistical asset to the county for natural disaster relief. I am a flight nurse on a medical helicopter, and I see every day how small airports like Pilot Country provide safe landing zones for EMS, allowing for rapid transport of critically injured people. As the county has adopted Ordinance 2328, I know we are all on the same page about not harming airport operations. I would like to explain the image I have submitted, and then I have a couple points to raise where I think this plan does not comply with 2328. This is a representation of the traffic pattern at the airport. Air traffic and the noise it produces is not as simple as airplanes coming straight in or taking straight off. We fly in predetermined box patterns in order to approach and depart from the airport in a predictable manner. We also fly patterns repeatedly in order to land and take off as much as possible to maintain proficiency. The noise contours in 2328 are an inaccurate depiction of the reality of what can be expected by future residents. Noise does not stay near the runway. As you can see, the pattern for the runway 36 involves aircraft at low altitude directly overhead these apartments at full takeoff power. Ordinance 2328 states that no new wildlife attractants will be added. This plan is adding new wildlife attractants. The FAA acknowledges retention ponds as attracting large waterfowl, which are a hazard to air navigation. Elongated ponds are especially attractive to large waterfowl and flocks of birds. Here we have a long retention pond where airplanes would have just taken off or will be about to land and would easily spook a flock of birds. Low-level bird collisions are difficult to maneuver away from and are likely to crash an airplane. This development adds risks to pilots as well as to those on the ground. I would like to know also what the effect this development will have on the water drainage for the airport. Given its position, it may cause new flooding to the runway. Regarding the deed language, I would like to know what the process is for enforcing it. The same deed language has been required in the past with another development, and the deed language was never put into the deeds and everything moved forward. It cannot be determined today whether the proposed plan complies with 2328 unless there's a predetermined strategy to enforce it and information on why the process failed last time. In conclusion, the population density not matching the area, resulting in hundreds of families living under a high noise area and low flying air traffic not reflected in the current noise contour, the increased danger to pilots and future residents from the new wildlife attractants, and the previous failures of implementing hold harmless deed language caused me to have significant concerns about the current plan moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Did you say you lived in Pilot Country?
I live there, yes.
So this came before this board when they changed the future land use. And I know I'm getting older, but I'm not senile yet. I'd swear we had a representative from Pilot Country who got up and said that they actually worked with the developer to come to an arrangement about how this land would be developed. Did you partake in that process? Or?
I have heard of that process. I don't agree with whoever that was, and I'm here representing myself and not the airport.
It was actually Spencer Brass who met with the county and the applicant to discuss the others. And of course, you're very familiar with the airport zoning ordinance, I can tell, and there's a procedure baked in it to have that dialogue with the airport because none of us are experts on this stuff.
Right.
So we have to rely upon what they tell us.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
Any other questions? If not, would you like to come forward?
Right.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alita Budd. I live at 12051 Pilot Country Drive, so I do live at the airport. I'm going to follow up with her statement. I do agree with her 100% using all of the lingo, et cetera, et cetera. With regards to, I don't know if you guys can pull up that, the diagram back up again for the land. So the threshold for the runway starts at the numbers, not at where the end of the runway is. So I don't know if we can pull that back up.
That one?
You can use that same one.
I think you're talking
You can pull
about
the one that was up on the screen. It's actually easier to see. Yes. So you see the red line. It looks like it starts, and it's dotted, and then it starts with the cone. That actually needs to be pushed back to the line right at the runway, not as far back as it is. Therefore, the cone changes, right? So that protection zone of our runway will pull back and extend more. So it would actually cut off where the pond is that they're going to build, as well as look at that, thank you.
So it'll widen the cone because you're moving the line back.
I'm sorry?
It'll widen the cone because you're moving the line back.
Yes, sir, it will.
Got it.
It'll move it back. Is it on? No, there we go. Okay, so that line, sorry if I'm shaking. So that right there would be pushed back to right here. 200, so it goes 200 feet beyond this point, right? So then this cone of protection will widen. So it would widen out beyond right where they're looking. Does that make sense?
So, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
I actually worked on this ordinance myself with a few other folks in this room. So is there something wrong with the way the ordinance is drafted, or is the picture wrong?
I can't answer that question. So
I think what you're saying is that this picture is wrong because the line's in the wrong spot.
Correct. So they don't have it where it's supposed to be per the FAA. So it should be 200 feet.
That's our statement in the LDC. It says a trapezoid area at ground level beginning 200 feet beyond the end of a runway and centered around the extended runway center line, so forth and so forth. So creating a trapezoid. So
Okay, but then that plan that you're basing that on would be wrong. This plan, right? So this visual you have.
Yeah, what's defined as the end of the runway is the question, so is that
There probably is a definition.
Yeah, is the end of the runway the white line, or is the end of the runway the beginning of the asphalt?
I'll have Caitlin answer that
And
question because she
beyond
is
which
the pilot. I am
Right.
not. I'm just, a pilot's
You
one.
can come back up.
Thank you for inviting me.
Reintroduce yourself, because we got to get it on tape.
Reintroduce myself. I'm Caitlin Buell. My address is 11934 Driver Lane. So the FAA defines the end of the runway as the other threshold line. So where it says 1.8 and you have the white bar, that is the end of the takeoff area, the end of the takeoff distance.
So it's 200 feet north of that white line?
The RPZ should start 200 feet north of the white line, not 200 feet north of the pavement, which is what is going on here.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And the FAA has an advisory circular that I can send you, which defines all that, if you'd like.
So are you fine with it based upon that adjustment, if they can make that adjustment?
I would like them to make that adjustment, and we also have a couple other issues, mostly the wildlife attractions also.
And they were basing it also, they have in here in this petition is.
Hey, let us know who's speaking.
Sorry, what they have in here is they
Can
based
you
it off of a
Can you
noise.
state your name?
Sorry.
Because when she translates this, you don't know who's speaking.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Alita Budd, 12051 Pilot Country Drive. So what they used in here was the noise level, right? Back in 2022 is what they have listed here. So our development, we've already grown. We grow just like everybody else around us. So we have more new homeowners with louder airplanes. We have more renters. So therefore, the noise level is going to be significantly different than what they did in 2022. And they came out and did it on a day when no one was flying. So there was really no accurate noise level that was provided. And we actually, we talked about this years ago when I think it was the Campbell development was coming in. So that's kind of when we actually said we didn't approve or didn't agree with that noise assessment.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How does the noise affect you? That affects somebody that moves into the neighborhood, and I'm trying to figure out, if I buy a house and it's clearly next to an airport or at the end of the airport, I should have enough common sense to expect that I'm going to hear airplanes.
And you're
And I
right.
can tell you that I skeet shoot on a property not too far from here, and airplanes fly right over the wetlands we skeet shoot into. So you expect to hear airplanes if you're next to an airport. But how does that affect you at Pilot Country, that those people are going to hear airplanes?
We're just saying the ordinance 2320.
Your name again, I'm sorry.
My name is Caitlin Buell. I live at 119.
You don't have to give the address, just the name.
I can provide my social security number as well.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, later.
The point about the noise is more to say that the noise contour existing in 2328 is not accurate. It was done on a day, presumably where the weather was bad and no one was flying. So these future residents might be getting into something more than they would expect based on the noise assessment within the 2328
I guess I'm saying I don't feel bad for them. There's an
Well,
airport there, that's
yeah.
obvious.
Yeah, the main thing we want to do is make sure we protect the airport, and
Thank you.
Because it's important, I think, for any small community like ours to have airports nearby, and that's always been a concern of mine about Pilot Country, and even about the one we used to have out on 54. I hated to see that one go.
Yeah, we're just concerned that complaints from the residents are going to result in more, restrictions or shutting the airport down or something like that. I know the deed language is supposed to prevent that, but things have a way of getting out of control like that.
Well, we just want to make sure that they comply with the ordinance, but we have to be fair with the landowner. He needs to develop his land and use his land. He's paying taxes on it, but so we just want to make sure he complies with the ordinance and that we if we have to change the ordinance. Liz,
Yeah,
I know
I've got
you
a
have
couple
some
of questions about that.
questions about that, so
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead?
So it's the county's noise study that you believe is out of date, or is it a noise study that was done by the applicant?
It was a noise study that was done, sorry, Alita Budd.
Thank
It
you.
was a noise study that was done by, I believe, the county.
There are noise contours that we adopted were done by a study that we actually paid a consultant to do for us, using a variety of sources, including FlightAware, I believe, which is real-time tracking, my understanding of it. So I mean, that is maybe something that we need to consider as the county, how often we need to update our noise studies, and then accordingly the maps. in
That
the
was
LDC.
going to be my next question, is with every development that comes in, not saying you're going to do this every year, but as I said, we grow. So our airport community grows. So when you're going to build this community, should you not redo a noise assessment to see, okay, well, we've grown, are they going, is it going to cause an issue?
Okay, understood. And then as for the deed restrictions, and we have a lot of detail as to the different types of uses and the triggers of when the deed restriction has to be done, it's contemplated that as a condition of the site plan, et cetera, when those have to be done and they're recorded, that they're going to be reduced to county staff so that we know that that was complied with during the phase of development. So when the phone calls start coming in and someone wants code compliance to go out there and, you know, and talk to the airport about the noise they're making, we'll have that as a reference where it's, you know, not the airport's fault.
Would it be in their, is it the purchase of their homes?
Yeah, there's different steps depending upon where you are in the development process, and I don't have time to go through it right now, but it contemplated that if you were buying near an airport or even renting near an airport or even living in an ALF, you have to be made aware through your lease agreement, through your restrictive covenants, your deed, so it's all on record for the successor partner to know, so hopefully they won't complain to the airport and the county.
Caitlin Buell. I hear you that should be how it goes. If you refer to the satellite view of our neighborhood, there's a development just south of this proposed development that was supposed to have that happen, and nothing ever got put in the deed. The sellers were actively telling people buying those homes that there was no airport there.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Spencer
Okay.
did fill us in on that when we were working on this ordinance. So
it's
and that was part of an NPUD condition, not actually in the ordinance when that was developed. So that was quite, it's like Lake Shore or something, it's older.
Yeah, the ordinance didn't exist back then.
Yeah, so hopefully you won't have more to deal with in that community complaining.
Okay. One more thing that we.
Oh, you said one more thing 3 times. This is your last
Actually,
thing.
go ahead. You go. Sorry, go ahead. Go.
There's a pedestrian access gate on the south side of the MPUD that we believe could result in a safety issue because we should not have people as pedestrians on taxiways and presumably, and also possibly the runway, who have not been briefed on how to act around airplanes and how to avoid them.
Oh, here you say.
Oh, yeah.
Where is that on that map?
The red dot.
It's
The red
right
dot,
there.
yeah, gated access.
Yeah.
So we would like that to not be there.
And is that a, oh, I'll ask.
Okay, are you done?
Okay, so Alita Budd, but I do actually have a funny question. I want to know who the attorney is for the turtles, because they have more rights. They have more documentation than we do as an airport owner. Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, you can get that from Liam. He has.
Talk to your congressman.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Halber. I'm with Elmwood Henderson. I'm the land use attorney for the applicant. Just wanted to take the time to address some of the comments. Obviously, you heard Ms. Barrero. The applicant completed a study with the FAA, completed that initial study, and is committed to completing the other studies that are necessary because this is obviously very close to an airport. And there are lots of restrictions moving through this process that we will have to continue to maintain. As you can see, parcel H, we used the information that was available to us from the county based on the new ordinance. As you may recall, the actual process was subject to the moratorium that involved the enactment. I think that took quite a while. I believe it was about 18 months that we were in that process of developing that ordinance. We've taken our best effort. We've repeatedly been continued, actually, so that we could work through all the fine details, and in large part that was to comply with the needs of the airport. There are restrictions, there are wetlands that are existing in this area. Obviously, we have to comply with all of the requirements to maintain stormwater and all of those things, and the applicant will continue to do that.
So
if you have any questions, please let me know.
Gated access, the pedestrian access, is that something you're proposing, or is that something staff was requiring?
So the access is because, as you know, this is a mixed-use development, and that gated access is proposed in part because staff wanted that for the convenience of the residents of Pilot Country Airport. It is one-way access only. The residents from the Fletcher development will not be able to access Pilot Country from that access, but the Pilot Country residents will be able to use that access to go through the streets and sidewalks within the development.
How does that work?
A key card or a fob or something of that nature.
Okay.
I can bring the applicant up to answer that more specifically if you'd like, but that's the idea. And that is so that they can get to the commercial areas, but without having to go to the highway, and they'll be able to use their golf carts and walk and so forth.
So that's just pedestrian access through that gate or golf carts? There's no vehicular access?
Yes. Okay. It's not vehicular access.
Okay.
Okay, so do you anticipate any problem with the current understanding of the ordinance as far as where that line starts in case it's going to widen the cone?
Based upon our review of, to me, the ordinance is secondary to the FAA. It was really intended to codify for Pasco County, as I understand it, some restrictions on these types of airports that are residential in nature, but the ultimate governing authority is the FAA, and the FAA will determine where any of this gets built ultimately.
Well, I have a question about the definition for the end of runway. I don't see us defining it in here to be other than just that statement, the end of runway. So if the end of runway under the FAA standards is that white line, that is going to adjust your sketch.
Significantly. Because I just ran a measurement on Pasco Mapper using their little measurement tool. That end of runway line is about 260-ish feet from the property line. So it would actually move that red line onto the Pilot Country property line, which would significantly widen that cone for this particular development. I'm not a pilot, but I'm a aviation enthusiast, and I've done my share of flying right seat, actually out of that airport. I understand there's a naturally occurring pond there where we can see some waterfowl and things like that, but I'm not crazy about the idea of adding additional retention on the left side of that cone to add risk to pilots on approach or departing that runway. So I tend to agree with Mr. Moody with regard to the noise. People buying in there are going to know that they're next to an airport, so I don't think that's as big of a concern for existing residents as it would be for future residents, and that's up to them whether they want to buy there. But the issue I see is the issue that was brought up by the person who spoke during public comment with regard to the size of that cone and adding additional hazards to that approach or that departure area. So that's something I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward without finding out for sure if the definition, according to the FAA, is that white line, because that would significantly change what this development looks like.
How far does the cone extend from the end of the runway?
It depends. So this is Christy Barrera with Height Design. Pasco Mapper has some lines. I don't know if we can pull up Pasco Mapper, but this graphic that's currently on the screen was part of our FAA application. You can see that there is the 200-foot dimension from the property line to where the cone starts going out. But we can definitely look at the boundary of that runway protection zone between now and the
I
board.
guess what I'm getting at is the cone doesn't go on forever, does it?
Correct, it does not.
There's limits to it, depending upon.
It does go
So
on
it's until
our
they've
property.
achieved enough altitude and on departure, or, you know, if they're coming in at a higher altitude, then
And so in the airport ordinance specifically, there are no ponds permitted in that runway protection zone, but outside of that zone, there's multiple layers in that airport ordinance. So outside that cone, you can have ponds, those are permitted. So we have, worked with the county and Elizabeth to make sure that we were meeting all the requirements of the county's ordinance. Again, the FAA looked at this for building placement and height as well. So we, have submitted this to them. There will be other documents that they have to review and approve, but we're happy to go back and confirm that that cone is in the right location.
So, Christie, question. I assume all this gets worked out at the site plan process. We're not approving your site plan today. Let's just make the assumption that the engineers draw the cone as you've got it shown here, which some of the neighbors dispute. When this goes to the FAA, does the FAA send any, is there any notice to these people, to the surrounding residents, so that they get a chance to say, hey, wait, this cone's in the right or the wrong place, or?
That I don't know for sure. We did have, another firm prepare this airspace analysis that was submitted with the application. I can check with our consultant and let you know that, but I don't know that answer.
I would assume the residents could independently contact the FAA with their concerns.
But only if they would only do that if they knew an application were filed.
That's
If they
correct.
don't know an application was filed, then they would never have that opportunity.
I will say
Yes.
that the airport ordinance that you recently approved does require us to coordinate each step of the process with the airport. So that is something that is a continuing obligation throughout this.
And all that being said, if they get the site plan approval, they still have to notify the residents within a certain distance of the
The
area.
airport gets to comment on the site plan.
And for the record, I'm not necessarily opposed to the project. I think there's probably a workaround for that. And I understand that conceptual plan is just that, it's conceptual. So things can and will probably move around. But that would be my only concern is just making sure that is ironed out before final plans are drawn. If you're talking about a bunch of impervious surface that's on the border of that area and no retention ponds, then it doesn't offer that wildlife risk for bird strike. So it's a completely different scenario.
Well, if I understand, we're here to approve not the site plan, but the use. And the use the actual site plan, if it has to be adjustments, that'll be handled by somebody else, not us. So, I think it's an appropriate use for the property. We do have to make sure we preserve the airport, no doubt in my mind about that. And I think our ordinance and Liz is very on top of the ordinance and what we need to do for that. So I would feel comfortable, moving forward with it.
I move to recommend approval of item PC 14.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
I didn't even have to say what I was going to say, so that's fantastic.
I gave you a
Yes.
chance.
Well, and these details can get ironed out before anything gets built, so make sure everybody's covered.
So
I did not vote on that, no.
let the record reflect that Mr. Poole did not vote.
Please do that.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Denise Hernandez, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. This is item PC 15.
Excuse me just a second. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, before we get into this, might be longer.
Thanks for
You got cut off, Denise, sorry.
Thanks for trying.
Calls of nature.
going on is happening in entitlements. So if I use the land use advanced matrix, I can put 100% of their residential into commercial. It's like 65,000. No residential.
Did you survive that?
Yeah, TNA, Tampa North Harrow. Yes. Yeah, that's like, my son actually is working on his private pilot's license, and that's where he goes to school. And he just finished all of his coursework. He just passed his ground test. He was about to do his flight check. So we're oh, awesome. Yeah, they do. Yes, yes. Okay.
No idea what my system
TNA is very limited on like all that side, right? I'm seeing that. Yes, they do. They're in Ridge Road, right? Yeah, yeah. They work on our ordinance with us too. All the airports work on our ordinance with us. We actually have the airport zoning commission that
I used to go.
Do you remember what lot the bunch of
It was a while ago. It was a while ago, but I remember vividly the people
This
from
is
the
what
airport
we've been
coming out and saying, hey, we work
Yeah, I
with
know.
these people.
pretty much
We support it. It's probably when they saw the conceptual.
If this shit's down and they just go widen up.
Right, but it's just that.
It's conceptual.
Because this is the whole site plan.
This is the whole shit.
Like she said.
Yeah, the manuals didn't find where the.
Let's resume, please.
All right. We ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay. Denise Hernandez, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. This is item PC 16, which is a variance request in the names of Robert D. and Johnny J. Wood. It's for a request.
PC 15.
PC 15, thank you so much. I did specifically say that to the clerk a second ago, so I must be going senile. Thank you, thank you, thank you. PEG 242107, this is a variance request for a reduction in the required minimum rear setback from 25 feet to 20 feet for a small lot of record in an R1MH, which is a single-family mobile home district. The names of Robert D. and Johnny J. Wood. The site is located in northeast Pasco County on the east side of Lawrence Road, approximately 265 feet south of DeLong Road. Okay, this is not working for me. Thank you. I'm going to run through some of these slides. The site consists of Lot 10, Block 2 of the Hillcrest Manor subdivision, which was recorded in 1959, and that's important as we talk about a small lot of record. It contains a site-built home that's on approximately 0.30 acre. A small lot of record is a lot that existed prior to the adoption of zoning that was located within the original zoning district and does not meet the minimum requirements for the district. The Land Development Code specifically states that single-family dwellings may be constructed on small lots of record in conformance with the required setbacks, lot coverage of the nearest district where the minimums can be met. This particular lot is more consistent with the R2 low-density residential district. It's 0.30 of an acre. R1MH requires a 20,000 minimum lot area and a lot that's at least 100 feet wide. This particular lot meets more like the R2 setbacks, which are R2 district minimums. The minimum rear setback for the R2 district is 25 feet. The applicant's certificate of occupancy for a permit for the site-built home was placed on hold as the minimum 25-foot rear setback was not met. For this application, for the permit process, this is actually one of the first ones that I've personally seen, has the applicant utilized a private provider for both plans review and for inspections. The setback issue was not actually discovered by county staff or the actual office staff until the applicant submitted for his as-built survey. So we are finding that the actions that necessitate this variance are as a result of errors that were from a private surveyor. So when the private surveyor actually placed the actual flags on the property, the flags on the property were placed consistent to where an existing chain link fence, which is on the parcel that's adjacent to this property to the east, and on the fence line. And then the form boards were also set based on the survey, and inspections were conducted by the private provider. So the applicants have provided a petition of no objection that is signed by property owners adjacent to the north, south, northeast, and across from Lawrence Road. This is the actual site plan with the variance. So it's about 20.1 feet from the rear property line. It's required to be a minimum of 25 feet. The applicant also has provided for the record a cost estimate for the removal of an oak tree. It's a very large oak tree That's located to the west of the parcel, so if the applicant had to move the house or, west, for example, it would, that oak tree would have to be removed, and it's quite a bit of money, just to supplement the record. The recommendation from the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth staff is that you approve the request with conditions as stated in your agenda packet.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Did the applicant submit a site plan?
The applicant did submit a site plan that was put into the building permit record, and that is attached in the file. And again, as I stated, it was reviewed by a private provider. So again, it wasn't reviewed in the office.
Well, wait. I got questions about that.
Sure, of course.
So do we have the site plan?
We do. Just giving us a second or a couple of seconds to bring it up.
So how was the site plan reviewed by the private provider?
So the private provider reviews the plans and the site plan.
Doesn't the private provider only administer the Florida building code?
That's my understanding, but
Isn't our site plan the Pasco County zoning code?
that's correct.
So how's the private provider review the zoning code?
I spoke to Building Construction Services, and they stated that the survey that they received, which I attached it, even though it does say 20 feet, that the survey that they received was, I couldn't find a survey that stated 25 feet.
But there was one initially.
It is, but I
Well,
just can't find it in the record. In a cella.
Well, and in the presentation, we say it's the private surveyor's fault that he marked the property line at the fence, but I'm looking at the survey that's in the package, and it says found iron pipe, and that's 3.9 feet west of the fence, and then there's another found iron pipe down at the other corner, and it's 4.4 feet from the fence.
I
So he
believe
didn't
Mr.
mark the fence, he's got it marked away from the fence.
Mr. Wood can answer those questions. I believe that what was on the site is different than what is shown on paper. That was what was physically there on the site.
Okay.
Okay. Is Mr. Wood the applicant?
Yes, and he's here, physically here.
Very good. Any other questions for Denise? Okay. Mr. Wood? Can you state your name and address, Mr. Wood?
Robert Wood, the owner of the property.
Your name and address?
Address, okay, 15810 Lake Iola Road.
Okay,
Dade
and you've been
City.
sworn, right?
Yes, sir.
You sworn? Yeah. You've been sworn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go right ahead.
Well,
Tell us your story.
When we bought the property, we had a surveyor come out, place the surveys and the stakes for the house that we wanted to build. And he also did the elevation marked for us. When we got a survey from him, we put that into the building application. Took for a while to get the permit back. Once we were told we was at 25 feet. We got our permit and all. Nobody moved the stakes where they were supposed to be at 5. But if you look at the survey there, or actually the Pasco County site plan there, you'll see that the back neighbor of ours, his fence is 5 feet onto his property, not on the property line. So when the guys came out and measured off the fence, and that's where the stakes were at, and so they assumed that that was 25 feet, and that's where the house was built. Nobody caught it throughout the whole project. And we had Swift Mud out there, we had private providers, block layers, we just missed it. That's the truth.
Okay.
You're a licensed building contractor?
I do.
You didn't have the surveyor stake out the house?
Yes, sir. The surveyor surveyed it to square it off with the property and give us the elevation marks.
So did you submit a site plan with your building permit application?
I did.
Do you have a copy of it?
That was the one that was on the screen, but I do have it.
Well, that shows the house being 20 feet from the property line, not 25 feet.
At the beginning, yes, that's what it showed. That was that survey that you see there, that's what I submitted. That was the first, no house was built there or anything at that time. He just marked it, and that's what we submitted.
Well, no, Denise was saying you submitted one that had 25 feet originally, and that's the one she said she couldn't find. So this is, okay. This one says 20, so I think you're confused. Yeah, this is not.
So if it showed 25 feet, it would have showed it in the tree, because the fence is only 4 feet from the property line.
Well, if you take a tape measure from that fence to where the house is, it's 25 feet.
Okay.
Well, were you saying that if you have to move it 5 feet, you'd have to take out a big oak tree?
Yes, sir. I have a quote, the cheapest one I have was $10,800.
36-inch wide oak.
But I didn't get that until after I found out. So
I would be in favor of moving something 5 feet to lose a big oak tree. That doesn't make sense to me.
I wouldn't build a foundation on top of the tree roots of a big oak tree.
Yeah. You're gonna have problems if you didn't do anything with the tree, with the house.
Yeah, the tree roots will just basically bust through the floor.
What kind of a house do you have there?
You'd have to excavate the whole thing.
I also went all around the neighbors, and I asked them, and everyone signed a petition, said that they didn't object to the house being built there.
Is that on a slab?
I'm not gaining nothing.
Is that on a slab or is that on a frame?
Yes, it's on a slab. I'm not gaining profit by doing this. It was an honest mistake. I mean, we just missed it. I mean.
Well, and you saved the oak tree by doing that. Is the house completely built now? Or
Yes, sir. It's completely built.
So what stopped you from turning the house the other way? Or building a house that was wider and shorter? It's not like you have a setback, a side setback you're up against.
We just prefaced, we just liked it the way it looked that way.
How many houses have you built?
5. I'm actually an agricultural barn builder. I build real luxury horse barns. I don't build a lot of houses. And we're building this for my son. And then he backed out on me after we got started. So I'm stuck with a house.
So did the private provider review the drainage plan too?
He did everything, yes, sir.
I'm trying to figure out how that works, because the drainage plan isn't in, that's part of our land development code, the requirement to submit a drainage plan. And I'm trying to figure out how a private provider who's only licensed to review against the Florida building code starts reviewing things for compliance with the Pasco County land development code. I'm trying to figure out how that works.
Well, I know that they're asking us, they wanted us to put gutters on both sides for drainage. So
well, that's interesting, because the drainage plan's actually in here in the package, and I don't see that. All I see is a bunch of squiggly arrows, and I'm trying to figure out how the squiggly arrows demonstrate compliance with either land development code or the Florida building code. But also trying to figure out how you can submit a signed and sealed plan with no title block, address, anything that's required by Chapter 471 of the Florida statutes. But that's the engineer's problem, and I'll deal with him later.
This shows that where we had the surveyor show where the water drains, if that helps you out.
Yeah, okay. Who staked out the house? Because in the staff report, in your explanation for the variance, you say that here you've testified that the surveyor staked out the house, but in the variance application in the package, then you blamed it on the concrete guys, that they staked it out in the wrong place. So I'm trying to figure out who's on first.
No, what I said was the surveyor came out, surveyed the property, staked out where the house was going to be built, and he did the elevation at the beginning. No house, it was an empty lot. Once we got the permit, the guys that did the foundation, the block, measured from the fence.
Well, why would they
Measured
need to
from the
measure if
fence
it was
out.
already staked?
Huh?
If it was already staked, why would they need to measure?
That's what I'm saying. From the fence to the stakes is 25 feet.
So
But
they double, you're
nobody
saying they
called
double
it the-
check, they double
no.
check the existing stakes.
Right.
So the surveyor staked it out, and then when they went to pour the foundation, they double checked, and then they saw it was 25 feet as well.
And the fence, the existing old fence there was 5 foot on my back neighbor's property, not on the property line. If it had been on the property line, the mistake would have been caught. But I didn't even catch it. I didn't catch all this until they asked me for an as-built survey. That's when I found out. And like I said, I'm not gaining nothing on this. I'm not making an extra dollar. I'm not hurting anybody. It was a true mistake.
I guess the problem that I'm having with this, and I'm sorry if I'm raising my voice, somebody complained that they're not able to hear us back there. I don't know, Eric, they said the speakers or something aren't on back there. The difficulty that I'm having with this is that now we can just walk in and say, well, the private provider did it, and you guys just got to live with it because the private provider did it. It wasn't my fault. But you could have had the county building inspection do it. I'm still trying to figure out, nobody's been able to answer me how the private provider's reviewing site plans and drainage plans, which are requirements of the land development code, not the building code. Because the private provider is only licensed to review against the building code. So I'm trying to figure out how that works.
I do know during the pandemic, they wanted us to use nothing but private providers. And that's, you know, I don't know.
Well, I've heard some county commission discussion that they're not too happy with the private providers.
I'm never going to use it again.
And I would tell you that I have a job site right now where one of the very large private providers is full of it. And there's multiple building code violations and plumbing code violations that they just sign off on left and right.
At the time, during the pandemic, that's what we were all encouraged to do. I've never used them. I don't plan to use them again.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's really a real easy way around this, and I think just my judgment, there's no proof. It seems to me that this man is truly just a victim of circumstance. Maybe he didn't do things as thoroughly as he should, but people make these mistakes. We see them all the time. They get too close to a road, too close to a tree, too close to a fence, and it's a judgment call. We have to decide whether, you know, we want to.
Ultimately, it's not negatively impacting his neighbors.
Right.
So.
Right.
And I personally don't like this being an after the fact. I mean, that's really my whole hang up on this thing is as an after the fact, and we're coming in here asking for forgiveness. However, in my opinion, if I'm looking at this, like if this was pre-construction, he was coming in to ask for the variance to reduce the rear setback, I don't think I'd have a problem with that because of the conditions of the tree. So that's the...
Right.
And Jamie, I'm in the same place as you
Right.
are. Had this come in on the front end, I probably would have absolutely determined that there was a hardship because of the tree and we don't want to kill the tree. My bigger issue, and I recognize this may not be your fault, I still haven't gotten an answer. I'm still not understanding how a private provider is reviewing plans that are under the jurisdiction of our land development code and zoning code, not under the jurisdiction of the Florida building code. Because they're not allowed to do that. And no one's allowed to delegate that authority to them. I guess if the county wants to hire somebody to come in and review zoning plans and drainage plans that's qualified to do that, but the building department doesn't have the authority to just allow our land development code to be under the jurisdiction of a private provider. If that was the case, I'd submit every one of my site plans to a private provider and not Brad's department back there.
I think in this case, I think it's just a situation where, you know, it's, what's been done has been done. We just have to decide whether we're gonna make him go back and redo everything, which I think is unreasonable, or we're gonna give him forgiveness this time, and move on.
Mr. Gray, I agree with you. What I'm trying to figure out is staff hasn't been able to answer how this isn't gonna happen in the future, private providers reviewing against our code.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I'm wondering, yeah, and I'm wondering, maybe we can get the staff after we hopefully get a motion on this, to give us whatever explanation they have available. Maybe it had to do with the pandemic at the time. I know there was a lot of things going on during the pandemic.
I can answer the question, it's just that I don't have anyone from Building Construction Services here to answer that. I'm only getting this information from a very kind colleague who used to work with Building Construction Services.
Right.
That is telling me that the private provider would not have reviewed the drainage plan. The drainage plan would have been reviewed by our county staff that is responsible for reviewing the drainage plan.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd be ready to make a motion, but I'm not sure if he's finished with his presentation. I know we have to call for public comment, so.
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we move on?
No.
Yeah, we're going to take any public comment if there is any, and then we'll make a motion one or the other. Okay. You'll know in a few minutes. You'll know the answer in a few minutes. All right.
I really didn't hear you that well.
Okay. We're going to. Is there anybody here that wants to speak on this issue? Okay. Well, I don't see
And
anybody.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anyone signed up to speak on
Nobody signed up to speak. So why don't we make a motion? Somebody make a motion.
Move approval
please.
of the variance.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the request, and we have a second. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, you can take a deep breath now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so this item, I believe, is P16. It is PEG 24 CU 15. This item had previously been brought to the Planning Commission on June 6, 2024. This is a conditional use for a wireless communication facility, Southern One LLC, Coral Towers, Verizon Wireless. And when it was presented to the Planning Commission on June 6, 2024, the Planning Commission requested that the owner applicant consider an alternative location on the property, explore alternative locations on surrounding properties, provide site selection information, and have both the site selection expert and the radio frequency engineer available at the Planning Commission. And the PC approved a 60-day continuance to today. So the owner applicant submitted a revised compound location, which moves the fence compound area. Originally was in this portion of the property. So the fence compound area has now been moved approximately 255 feet north of the original location and approximately 230 feet east onto the adjacent parcel, which is listed in your finding of fact number 19. That parcel is under the same ownership. The proposed placement of the compound area will be approximately 395 feet from the front property line. The prior site plan showed it at 140 feet from the property line, and it is approximately 230 feet east of the original location. This information was provided to our radio frequency consultant, who basically stated that it did not affect his analysis or recommendation of approval. So this is basically the original location, so it's called site plan location 1. So as you can see, it's fairly close or closer to this particular piece of property. And this is site plan location 2. Now we're on the adjacent parcel, and the property that we would originally see is over here. Additionally, I do want to mention that, but maybe I'll show it in a few seconds, which is that because that location has different elevation gradients, the prior location, the proposed tower would have been at about 185 feet, which would have been like a 180-foot tower with a 5-foot lightning rod. The new location you're seeing now, because the elevation is lower, it's at about 105 elevation. Prior location was at, I can't read that, but I think it's 120 something. The tower that you're seeing today is at approximately 190 feet, or 195 feet. It's a 190-foot tower with a 5-foot lightning rod.
10-foot tower.
These are photo simulations. I apologize. I was pretty close. 121 at the old site and 105 at the new site. So these are photo simulations. This is position 1 is looking southwest at the intersection of Roughing Road and Roberts Barn Road. Position 1 shows existing without the tower and proposed with the tower. Position 2 is it's looking southwest from Roughing Road, just north of St. Joe Road. Again, position 2 with existing, which is without the tower. Position 2 with the proposed tower. The view 3 is looking northward on St. Joe Road, showing without and with. And the last photo simulation is looking southeast on Swift Road. And a recommendation is approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet.
So doing the math, it looks like the tower's about 10 feet taller, but it's on 15-foot reduced elevation, so it's actually reducing the elevation above sea level by about 5 feet.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions of Denise? If not, the applicant present?
Oh, I should say, I'm so sorry. One of the other things that the Planning Commission talked about, there was a applicant at the prior Planning Commission on June 6th that basically stated that towers negatively affect property values. So I did send the Planning Commission a tower value analysis, property value analysis with towers that I would like the clerk's office to include into the agenda as well.
Okay.
And I provided that to the clerk's office also. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Do they need to make a motion to receive and file that, Denise? You already gave it to the clerk as part of the agenda packet?
Would you please?
Yeah, I didn't see it either, I'm sorry.
Yeah, me either.
You're quick.
Okay, motion to receive and file? No?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. There you go.
Good afternoon. I'm Antonia John, 935 Main Street, Suite C4, Safety Harbor, Florida 34695. It's a pleasure to come before you again. I have David Smith with Verizon Wireless with me to answer any questions that you may have about Verizon's RF need. I also have James McNichol with B&T Group, the site acquisition company for Coral Towers, on this project to answer questions that you may have on site selection. So just to take and circle up again on where we were, we're off of St. Joe Road. And I have an arrow pointing to the old location of the communication tower. It has since shifted east. In all maps I show you today, up will be north. This is your Pasco County property appraiser area. So this arrow, this is a closer view, and you can see St. Joe Road proceeding east and west across the map. Let me see if I can make the actual laser pointer work. Nope. That's a completely separate tool. Got it. My apologies. So you can see St. Joe Road here, running east and west, and it curves off. It comes up north. You have the old Orange Belt Railway right of way. You have Roberts Fault Road off to the east. You can also see the orange grove portion of this land. This is an overall ranch with orange groves and pasture land and some ag buildings further north. And what we've done is we've moved from the orange grove over to the pasture land, which was something that was discussed extensively by the commission earlier at the June meeting. And this is just another arrow pointing to the approximate location of the communication tower as it is proposed today. This is just your zoning. We're still AR zoning. We are still residential 1 development unit. This is allowable throughout your county in these different in these different zoning districts because this is really a support use for what's going on out there. This is monopole style communication tower as 1 support pole, no guy wires or ironworks extending out to support it. None of that has changed since the last time we talked. I'm showing you the old sheet C1 just so you can see the location, the original location that was before you back in June, and it was 67 feet from the property line with our abutting neighboring property owners. We have 1 property owner on these 2 lots here to our west, 1 property owner to the northwest. At that time, the tower provided 1.2 times, or the monopole provided 1.2 times tower height separation from that house to the west, and that's the nearest house to this property. It has now been moved. It's 296 feet from that western property line. And now it provides 2.8 times, so going on 3 times, not quite, 2.8 times from the southwest and 2.6 times to the northwest. This is the old location, just again for context. And then here's the new. All right, 2.7, and it provides 2.2 times tower height separation from the south. Nothing else has changed. As you noted, we're on 15 feet shorter, so net effect is 5 lower. You saw the photo simulations. I do want to compare the old photo simulation to the new one. You can see this is looking down along, this is the southern one looking north, and it was looking along St. Joe Road. Now you have to look north from St. Joe Road into the property to get that simulation. These are line of sight analyses provided from our 2 western properties. They're prepared with survey data and by an engineer. The blue area is the field of view for a person given the intervening trees. And these are assuming far locations, so instead of trying to look from here at these trees, it's for the southwest LOS1, it's looking from the most open view you can get from the backyard. And then that's northwest. The RF package has been updated just to show its relation to the Blanton site. You can see that the coverage is continuous between the 2 towers, so if you were to shift north, you would start creating overlapping coverage. I have David Smith with me here today to testify that the capacity side of their RF objective comes from the south. That's where they're noticing the traffic coming from that's causing the burden to trigger this. And then also you have the site acquisition methodology. There's a re-review of the entire ring, but the thing that's the direct answer to your previous question is, were there other sites considered prior to this site rising to be a candidate? And the answer is yes. So you
Go ahead.
You can see the green star, that is the proposed site, and then you can see 7 other sites, starting with SeaWorld off to the west, a variety of property owners along St. Joe Road who didn't respond to inquiries, and then there was a property further to the south that was wooded that would have made a nice candidate, but unfortunately they were unable to provide the legal access that is needed for Verizon. And that's a specific creature for Verizon. They have to be able to take good title to a very specific access that is code compliant. I have Mr. McNichol on hand in case you have any questions for him. So with that, I respectfully request that you recommend approval of the monopole as proposed with staff's recommendations of approval. And again, I have both Mr. McNichol and Mr. Smith available for your questions as provided. And I would also state that we've provided a property value study letter in the record with our most recent submittal.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
So I know the one of the biggest issues we had was with the neighboring property owner, which obviously this has moved it further away from that property. So have you spoken to him about this development and or about this change? And has there been any update from that property owner?
This is Matt tonight, John. I have not had the opportunity to speak with that property owner. The last time I had communication, it seemed like there was a strong position on this that was not open to modification.
Okay.
Okay.
If I may, that property owner did request the public records for any new information that had been submitted, and that was provided to that property owner the week of July 19th or so.
I remember he testified at the last meeting. I'm trying to remember his name, but yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Ms. Jones? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else for the applicant? Okay, anybody else to speak on the subject? Let's come forward. Can you state your name and your address?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is John Terry, and I live at 34037 St. Joe Road, Dade City, 33525. And actually, my property is right next to where they're proposing to put this tower. And I just, actually, when they moved it.
You're right next to the Orange Grove, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, my property is directly next to the Orange Grove, and then let's see, this would be. You guys.
Sorry, what was your address again, sir?
My address, it's 34037.
37, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, that's approximately my house. I'm not known for my artwork. But, so now it appears that this thing's gonna be right out here. I mean, that's where I'm estimating it. And it's actually worse for me than it was before, because now when I walk out of the house, that's what I see. My office has a door that, goes, that would look right over here, and we're gonna have that large tower directly outside. Because this one area here, when they're talking about the Orange Grove, it's, the Orange Grove is dead. I mean, it's just citrus greening. So I was talking to one of his guys that works on the farm, and I mean, eventually they're gonna have to tear it out. I'm sure they're just waiting for all this to clear out and see what happens. But so that's all pasture land. But I think actually now it's just as prominent now as it was before, and it's not consistent with the character of the surrounding area. I mean, I understand they got to put these things up. Whether it needs to be there is, I don't know. There's hundreds of acres of land around there where it's vacant. If they stuck it even over here a little bit, that would make a little bit of a difference. Because I read the information that they gave us regarding land value, and they said it didn't make a difference. But my research, I looked it up, and it said 90% of people that were asked didn't want to live next to a tower. But in most of the research that it looks like they did, they were looking at property in high-density neighborhoods. And the whole reason we moved out here was, you know, I'd rather have cows living next to me than people. So, I mean, it's more, I would say it's a bigger difference for people to live out in the country to try and keep it that way. And that's all. I understand you got to put these things up, but keep it away from the house, you know? That's.
So you'd rather see it go in the original location?
Pardon?
So you'd rather see it go in the original location?
No, I'd rather see it not there at all. I'd rather see, I don't see where there was a time where they were looking at the Christmas tree farm, and that was my understanding was it was all approved, and this goes back a few years, so I don't know what's changed as far as, they don't seem to talk about that. But.
Well, yeah, the thing you got to realize is that they can't put it anywhere that the property owner doesn't want it. So if they might find an ideal spot, but if the property owner doesn't want to put it on his property,
Christmas tree
they don't have
farms.
any.
Well,
they don't have any choice. They can't go where they're not wanted, as far as
well,
the property owner is concerned.
It appears that they can, because
well, then that's not on your property.
House, you know?
We can put it on your property, but if you want it there, would you like it there?
I don't believe I would.
Ultimately,
for the money.
Ultimately,
well, that's the problem with a lot of the people around there. So that's why they're limited. When they find the property owner where they can put it within the area geographically that will work for them, because they have to have that's why it's a cell tower. They have to have a cell that connects to other cells.
I understand, but on the same token, coming out of, you know, St. Joe Road, it is, as I mentioned before, one of the more pristine areas. So I just think they could find a better location further from the road. So.
Okay.
That's where I'm at.
All right. Well, we appreciate you sharing that with us. And if there's anything else you'd like to say, or are there any questions?
Your lot's mostly still wooded, correct? It looks like from the aerial it was when the aerial was taken, so.
I'm sorry?
Your lot is mostly wooded, correct? I mean, at least from the aerial, it looks like it was.
Yeah, that aerial, I don't know how long ago that was taken. It's, I wouldn't call it, we've lost a lot of trees. I've taken maybe 20 or 30 out, they're water oaks, and they're all 45 years old, so they don't last that long, you know that. So, but it's still fairly well treated, yeah.
Okay.
There's that one picture I got here. This would be looking at the.
Yeah, you need to talk into the microphone. I'm sorry. We have to get it on record, so you can get your picture.
That's looking out.
Okay, just yeah. There you go.
Okay, that's looking from my house to the. It's 84 feet to the property line for the orange grove, and then the tower now is going to be right about there. Almost 200 feet now. So.
That's looking due east, or is that looking southeast?
That's looking east. Yeah, I'd say due east. I mean, you can see the shuttle go. Well, not shuttle, but I mean, you can see the.
So the proposed tower location from where your house is would be southeast?
It's going to be right about where I'm talking about.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. Anyone else? Is there someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Leslie Rose, 14920 Swift Road, Dade City, Florida, 33523.
What road? I'm sorry.
Swift Road is right off the St. Joe.
Okay.
My brother and I own the Christmas tree farm, and we actually, way back, I think it was in around 2006, Verizon was looking at a 9.5 acre parcel of land. And if Verizon would be willing, we are willing. There's no additional easements or anything that need to be done. You just get off St. Joe Road, turn onto Swift Road, and you're 2 minutes there. You're there.
Okay, where is it on this aerial?
Okay,
I know
Which
because
one do I
I get
point?
Christmas trees there.
um, it would go right there, that 9.5 acres.
And was that in the applicant's search ring? They showed a graphic in the search ring?
It is in the search ring, yes, sir. And I believe on the last meeting you guys had it, they said something about an additional easement, and that is not a true statement.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? We'll give the applicant a chance to respond to that. Okay? Yeah, was there one other person? No?
Yeah, there's one other.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come on up. I lost you there. You're sitting on the other side.
That would affect their coverage.
Mr. Chair, I do want to mention that we're being quite open with this applicant because in our rules, it says that this information needs to be provided at minimum 24 hours prior to the planning commission meeting, because if anything in here has any way to damage our computer system, this is something that we need to verify prior. So I just want to, I'm not trying to be mean or rude or anything, but there are rules to this.
My apologies about that. My name is Benjamin Bluthen. I live at 34031 St. Joe Road. I own the two properties just to the west of what they're, of where they want to put the tower. I just want to note that found a newspaper article online that said that just not too long ago they tried to do a proposal for a cell phone tower, Verizon as well, and it was rejected, saying that it was too close to residential homes. And it was voted down. I have copies of that article, and then I also have the top of where I got that from the newspaper. The link up there as well. I don't know if you guys want paper copies of that.
No, I assume that we voted it down, probably.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was voted down, and the reason, from what I could read from online, was that it was too close to properties, too close to residential homes. And at that time, that tower was 155 feet, and the tower that they're recommending is 185. I'm sorry, how do I scroll?
It's more than that.
And that's just another picture from the newspaper article, and you can see that there's where the star is where they wanted to put the tower, and then there's homes just to the south and just to the west. And so because of that, it was denied. The recommendation was to move it further, and from that picture, further north away from the residential homes. And so I couldn't quite get an exact location, but from what I understand, it was roughly 500 to 600 feet from the homes. And so, and again, that was too close. And because of that, it was rejected. So if I can click on the next. Sorry, next one. Yes, no, thank you, sir. So if you, I'm sorry, keep going, I apologize. Keep going. Sorry, I made a couple different versions of this. Keep going. Okay, perfect. Lazy Lay Acres is roughly 50 plus acres. Next slide, there's Lazy Acres, I'm sorry, and then the two dots to the bottom right was our property. Okay, well, all right, I apologize, PowerPoint, I guess not the one that I saved. But I have the one that they proposed has their circle radius. The Lazy Lay Farm is within their circle. So obviously, I don't want the tower right next to my house, but so obviously the opposing site would be the Lazy Lake Acres. If for whatever reason that did not pan out, if we could go back, I'm sorry, to, yep, keep going.
Where is your house?
Yes, sir. So from this, the yellow dot in the, just north of the road.
Okay.
And so my first request is to look into Lazy Lay Acres. It's wooded, it's off the road, it's not near any home. But if that didn't work, the second thing would be if they could move it even further north and to the east, so that it would be at least, if they did that, it'd be roughly 1,000 feet from the house. I know some people say there's no safety concern with radiation, but if there was, they say at least 1,000 feet is safe. So instead of making it 400 feet from my house, if they can move it even further east and further north, that way it would be roughly 1,000 to 1,200 feet away from me and Jack's home. So,
Okay.
that's it.
Anything else? Okay. All right, any questions up here? No? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Ms. John, have you, I know you've listened to what they've had to say. Is there any sense in looking at the Lazy Lay property?
Matt and John again, and I would say no, because Verizon is trying to avoid overlap with the Blanton site, but they're also needing to be proximate to, they're trying to pick up traffic to the south. And just like these lights over your head, those recessed can lights, if you start moving them, you create dark spots. And as you saw on the RF map that was provided, it's currently meant to reach down, and it reaches the edge of the residential areas further south. So you're going to pull away from that. And when you make these compatibility decisions, which stand in the light of their own day on a case-by-case basis, you're always balancing nearby neighbors and the overall area. So I would respectfully submit that. To the extent that Mr. Bluffing has, and if I may please have my PowerPoint presentation back. While they're bringing that out, to the extent that Mr. Bluffing had, Mr. Bluffin had his stated that his house would be able to view, we have a line of sight analysis from his property.
Mm-hmm.
That takes into account the trees and runs from there to the tower. So, Mr. Bluffin obviously has a firmly, a earnestly felt belief, but we've provided competent, I would respectfully submit, we've provided competent, substantial evidence analyzing the view shed. And also, on that same note, as Commissioner Pontlitz noticed with Mr. Derry, you can see Mr. Derry's property, and I won't speak to whatever tree clearing activity he may have done on his property, but his property's way up here. So what he was holding out that you look and due east through a gap in the canopy established that his house was under canopy. It wasn't a picture looking southeast.
Right.
I know that Mr. Bluffin was asking to move 1,000 feet to the east. He mentioned RF emissions, so I would respectfully submit that that's grounded in RF emissions. And of course, the Telecom Act prevents regulation on the basis of RF emissions. But even just looking at sound planning, his 1,000-foot radius was putting us in wetlands and a lower area where you'd need a taller tower. And once you go over 200 feet, you have to light the tower. So, and then just to discuss Lazy Lay Acres, I understand that they're trying to market their property by way of the dais here. I mean, that's very clear. The public right-of-way stops short of their property. So maybe there's easements, maybe there's not. I'm sure they're driving stuff up there, but Verizon has a very specific requirement for access, to the extent that I've had 2 sites this year shut down after they were built because they did not meet the legal requirements for a marketable, assignable access to them as a tenant. So with that, we would respectfully request that you recommend approval of the monopole as adjusted.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions for Mr. John?
No, I'll go on the record to say that since I was one that requested the continuance initially, I certainly appreciate the effort that the applicant's done with relocating the location of the pole, and I agree that the safety concerns are completely eliminated in regards to proximity to the houses. I think the view shed analysis is very telling that, yeah, where you're going to come down St. Joe Road heading to the west, you're going to see it, obviously, if you look to the north, but I think the location that is proposed now is far superior to what was initially proposed, so I appreciate your efforts in doing that.
Right. Anything else?
With Chris, when I read this case, we had continued at 60 days. We asked them to speak with the Christmas tree farm people. I understand the access problem, and I think they've done the next best thing. There was an attempt made to try to move the tower location, and that was my take on it too, was that they did the best they could. They attempted to assuage our concerns, and I don't see any reason that we should deny the request.
Yeah, even the access issue with, even ignoring that, there's an issue with coverage if they move that far north, as Ms. John mentioned, so I agree.
Okay, so then in that case, I hear a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, what's next?
Mr. Chair, we're going to go to item PC3 because we do have someone who wants to speak on the withdrawn item, and that same person also wants to speak on item PC17 as well. And that is Ms. Jennifer Seeney.
Okay. Yeah.
Jennifer Seeney, 25605 Apple Blossom Lane, Wesley Chapel, 33544. I'm here to speak to the item that you withdrew. That would be the original invasives ordinance that was presented to you twice. This program was meant to be proactive in that the inventory of invasive plants in new development was to start early in the planning process. It provided a very specific list of invasive plants that was tailored to Pasco. It didn't simply say remove invasives. It said include an invasive management plan with guidelines, best management practices, types of treatment, maintenance and monitoring. This ordinance amended 26 sections of the Land Development Code in order to make sure that every type of new development would be required to comply. This was a seriously aggressive program, but you need to know that we're not the leader on programs with this approach. Hillsborough County has an extremely strict invasive ordinance requiring strong specific measures. They name their obnoxious plants, and coated grass is among it. Pinellas is right there with Hillsborough with a very strict approach to invasives at the site planning stage. Polk County is so serious about their aquatic invasive species ordinance that their sheriff's department enforces it. They've invested thousands into providing boat decontamination stations. Hernando only names 2 plants that ticks them off, but requires complete eradication on all property, whether development or individual homeowners. You did not need to kill this program. Others were already doing an aggressive approach, and we could have been part of that. Unfortunately, your interference in the development of this invasives program was unwarranted and I believe should be reversed. That's my comment on PC3.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Board.
Roberto, how are you doing?
Good to see you again. Here for PC17, and that is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, Section 905.2.e, landscape and buffering, landscape acceptance, maintenance, and prohibitions. Appendix A, definitions, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repealer, providing for severability, inclusion into the Land Development Code, and effective date. And we go to the next slide, please. Actually, 2 slides, one more. So this is the Land Development Code Amendment number 69. It was on July 11, 2024, the LPA requested to revise the invasive vegetation amendment and replace by an amendment of section 905.2 of the Land Development Code. The previous invasive vegetation was version DRD 24036, and it has been withdrawn. On July 17, 2024, this amendment was discussed with the interested parties in the Horizontal Roundtable Group, and this invasive vegetation version, the DRD 240209, was duly and properly advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on July 24, 2024. Next slide, please. This amendment is requested consistent with the following comprehensive elements. Chapter 3, Conservation Element Policy, Con 1.8.2, Landscaping with Native Plant Species. Pasco County shall continue to require the use of native plant species and non-native or non-native species proven to be non-invasive in the landscaping of new development projects and additions to existing projects. Next slide, please. So this amendment is for Chapter 900. Specifically 905.2.e, landscaping and buffering, landscape acceptance, maintenance, and prohibitions. And this amendment requires the proper disposal of invasive vegetation and identifies future property owners that are required to maintain landscaping free of invasive vegetation. It also amends the definitions by adding a new definition for invasive vegetation or invasive plant species, and the new definition for invasive vegetation or plant species as proposed. Next slide, please. So we are respectfully asking the board to find the proposed ordinance amendment consistent with the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. Any questions from the dais for Roberto?
Next slide.
I guess the first question I have is, what's the proposed language of the ordinance? When I came to sit down this afternoon, it was being changed as we sat here, so it would be helpful to know what the actual language being proposed is.
All right. So for the record, I would like to introduce this. This is the language. It changed a little bit, and so.
Do you want to put it up, or do you have a copy for everyone?
I have a copy for everyone.
Oh, okay. It wouldn't hurt to put it up.
You have a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So as that is being distributed, pretty much is going to stay the same as it was distributed earlier. We just cited in the last paragraph. there was a request made to include some of this Kogan grass language. And as we discussed with the team, we identified that the Department of Agriculture already has a prohibition for distribution of Kogan grass. It's very specific, so it's already a state, what you might call it, the state's already taking part in these issues. So we added the paragraph that's highlighted in yellow, that the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services recognizes that the Kogan grass is both a state and a federal noxious weed, and it shall be illegal to sell hay or sod from Kogan grass infested fields in Pasco County. All sod used for site development be produced through a licensed sod farm and certified as a Kogan grass free. And human movement of the grass is in any fashion is illegal. That's what has been added just these few hours, I guess.
Roberto, what does the last sentence, what does that mean? Human movement of the grass in any fashion is illegal?
So you cannot transport it, you cannot distribute it, you just need to get rid of it.
Then how does one dispose of it?
Well, what grass? You
what
don't even know what you're
grass
talking
is-
about.
right.
What grass?
What
Like
grass?
Kogan grass or
Kogan
grass from the sod farm?
Well, Kogan grass.
Okay,
Okay.
I make the presumption that you're talking about Kogan grass. My question is, if human movement of the grass is in any fashion is illegal, then how does one dispose of it?
I think
Again,
we
this
need to
language-
make an edit there. I think that needs some help. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, human movement
I think we know what it was trying to be
Out-
achieved,
out-
but
yeah.
it needs to be written better.
outside of disposal of Kogan grass in any fashion is illegal.
And I think there's, Elizabeth, when we were working on this before, there was a Florida Administrative Code section, that 5J something or other, that actually had language about transporting and moving this stuff. Can't we reference
Yeah.
that? Wouldn't that be the better way to do that? And then, Roberto, the one question I have no issue with making sure that we're not buying sod or hay, and I've heard the stories about buying sod and hay from Kogan grass infested fields. But do licensed sod farms actually certify that they are Kogan grass free? Like, does the state have a program, if you're a licensed sod farm, that requires them to do such things? My concern comes from, are we making a requirement that's impossible for somebody to fulfill? If a licensed sod farm won't guarantee that it's Kogan grass free, then we've made a requirement that our citizens can't comply with. I'm not saying that we want Kogan grass in the sod. Is that something that the state regulates on sod farms? Do we know how that works?
Yeah, this is already regulated by the state in that statement.
I'm not sure you answered the question.
That already is regulated. This comes from the state, straightforward from the state. So they regulate that. They have a website. They have.
I think what he's asking is, are these sod farm salespeople, are they certified? Is there some kind of certification that can confirm that they are authorized sellers of Kogan-free grass?
I have to look into that. I don't know the answer.
But so that's my hesitancy. I have no issue with making sure we have a war with Kogan grass. I got no issue, but what I don't want to do is create a law that is impossible for the citizenry to comply with. Like the last time we talked about, you wanted them to get a certification that the fill dirt was free of weed seeds. Well, from somebody who's in this business that's regularly buying fill dirt, I can tell you, you can't buy fill dirt and get a certification that that's the case. Nobody's going to do that. So what I'm asking is, do sod farms do that? If they do that, that's great. I'm all for this.
Yes, and we
That's a
got,
yes.
we had DOT and Swift Mud here.
Catherine.
Catherine Starkey, Pasco, 4920 Galleon Court, Newport. And maybe they just don't recall that we did have DOT and Swift Mud come give us a report on how they manage Kogan grass on their property. And this is straight from them. They require sod come from certified sod farms only, and they monitor them for 3 years. And I drove the State Road 52 corridor with the guys in charge of this program.
There's a nuance in what you said. I have no issue that they require that the sod come from a certified sod farm. My question had to do with, does a certified sod farm guarantee that it's Kogan grass free? I understand the monitoring and I'm all good with that.
They must. I mean.
So that's part of the certification, I think is what he's asking.
And I have witnessed and I've had calls from developers and landowners who said, Commissioner, they are selling Kogan grass as sod right now off of State Road 52. And I feel so bad for the developments that just got that Kogan grass sod because they're going to have a humongous bill when they go to change all their grass out. But to answer your question, yes, and this is straight out of state language, and it's what other counties require.
Okay, and then maybe Elizabeth can, oh, it is still in here. It says best management practices for maintenance shall be included within the development review manual. So what are those?
That's what we were talking about last time, that we would use this ordinance to refer back to that manual.
And I do like the language was, what we're reading here was changed to say as the standards for implementing this section versus just for reference.
Right.
But yeah, what are the...
What are the best management practices? You're never going to be successful at a program if you don't have something that's understandable by the public on what to do. When I researched this issue, there's not a whole lot of science about what to do. There are some people that say, well, we can go spray it with glyphosate, but they say that it takes multiple years of application of glyphosate to do that, and I'm not sure that anybody who knows anything about glyphosate wants that sprayed all over the county. Then there's this chemical called, and I'm going to mispronounce it, imazepapyr. And this is from the Nature Conservancy, by the way, and this is used sometimes to control Kogan grass. And then it talks about this particular pesticide, that its exudate and the ability of imazepapyr to move intertwined root grafts may therefore adversely affect surrounding desirable vegetation with little to no control of the target species. So what I'm trying to figure out is, what do I tell my client? What is the best management practice for he or she to get rid of the Kogan grass? What is that? And what is the county doing? Because the comp plan says that the county was supposed to do that in Policy Con 184. You were supposed to develop a program on county-owned or leased lands to eliminate exotic nuisance plant species. So I'm not saying you're not doing these. I'm asking, what is the method? What works? What can people do?
So, hello again, Keith
Yes.
Wiley, Director of Parks, Recreation, Natural Resources. So if the question is specifically directed to Kogan grass, it's herbicide, 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 herbicide.
Which herbicide?
So you typically glyphosate, right, or something stronger that's more systemic. But to the actual whole list, the BMPs depend on the actual species in question. I think we talked about this last time. So instead of creating a very robust, a guideline, we're referring to the BMPs that's referenced actually, I think, in the existing LDC language that then gets to University of Florida, Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences, which I think would be the experts on what those BMPs would be. So.
Right, because science is advancing all the time, so those BMPs can change.
And we had Kogan grass on Starkey Boulevard, especially on the right-hand side recently, in the last 2 years. Staff went out there and sprayed it 3 times, gone. We had Kogan grass years ago on the left-hand side, bordering some of the Swiftmud edge and some of the, I guess, DOT, Duke right-of-way. And our family did a trade, and we got them to get rid of something noxious on our property. We got rid of the Kogan grass there. So yes, you can treat it, and the county just needs to start getting a plan. But I'm going to speak again later on my 3 minutes. Come back. It's in my 3 minutes. It's in my 3 minutes. But yes, we have treated it
Sharing my 3 minutes, you can-
we have treated it successfully.
And what I'm good with is just, it says
Swiftmud
put the
Swiftmud takes
BMPs
it
in
out of
there.
all their property.
I just want to make sure that if they amend the development manual to include BMPs, that they're practical BMPs that people can achieve.
Absolutely. And to your point, Commissioner, it's not an easy thing to do. But yeah, again, there are methods that have proven results that you just have to continue to do and apply over and over again. We're not saying the complete eradication is 100% possible. It's difficult. Brazilian pepper is difficult to get rid of. So,
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. Some people like it.
Yeah, they do.
What I will tell you is from personal experience, when we clear development sites that are infested with Kogan grass, and I've got one that's under construction right now, it's over in west of US 19 in the Sea Forest area. It was
What's the
almost
parcel ID?
100% covered with
Sure,
Kogan grass.
I know where that's at.
When we cleared it and grubbed it and took the first 6 inches of dirt off, it's never come back.
They'll do it.
It's doable. That's the cheapest way to get rid of it.
So, back to your point though, you mentioned sod farms, but it also mentions hay here. So, you know, I drive by and see hay for sale. Are we creating some kind of thing where people won't be able to do that without getting some kind of test? Or, I mean, hopefully they're not selling it out of Kogan and grass infested fields, but there's not necessarily a test. But I also want to make sure we're not driving them out of business by not creating some regulation.
I share your concern. That's why we have a Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, who happens to be headed by a Pasco County resident, citizen. I don't know whether the county has the authority to regulate the sale of agricultural products or not. I'm not sure we do or don't. That's a question for the lawyers.
Just a question.
I don't have an answer for that.
But I mean, we do know that the state does, there's a rule in the Florida Administrative Code. In fact, I think it was in the last version of this ordinance it was cited. And I have no problem that following what the state law is on that. And I agree, because then all of a sudden, some future commission or some future administration comes in and wants and sees so-and-so with a "I've got hay for sale" sign, and they're down there knocking on their doors demanding to see their certifications.
Right, right.
All that being said, from what I understand, cows won't eat Kogan grass, so if you sell them hay with Kogan grass in it, you're not going to be in business long.
But it could be cross-contaminated with seeds and things like that, so.
So are we writing up new language now that we need to talk about, or?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that there be a couple of edits made to this, and I mean, certainly this is in furtherance of that comp plan policy that he put up there on the PowerPoint, though it does need to be wordsmithed. I mean, like, I would probably, can we put the language back up?
Maybe we still have to take public comment too.
Right. I mean, I, for example, would take the reference to "in Pasco County" from that first sentence and switch it over to "be illegal in Pasco County," like moving that around. And then I think what needs to be done is the word Kogan grass, it needs to be inserted into that last sentence under human movement. Human movement needs to somehow be modified to allow for disposal, as you have pointed out. There needs to be some reference to that other than appropriate disposal. And then maybe incorporating the Florida rules for disposal, as the rule you're referring to is the disposal rule.
Right, because that talked about transport.
Transporting, right, and disposal. Incorporating that rule in there. And then the research project of whether or not we have an issue with prohibiting the sale of some kind of an agricultural product. But I would certainly think that us prohibiting the sale of tainted hay and sod probably wouldn't run afoul of some kind of department regulation because it's in furtherance of their own regulation if you were to prohibit that. But I can look into that. As for any additional amendments to this, I don't know, but that's what I would do to fix that additional language.
Okay.
In furtherance of that comp plan policy,
What she said.
what you're saying.
Did you get the last sentence on that, Elizabeth, the human movement, to clarify that?
Other than some kind of
Right.
appropriate disposal pursuant to best management practices or whatever.
Yeah, because that's kind of confusing.
If there's
for
a,
us, and-
Right.
if there's a state rule, do we need an additional rule? Can we just reference to say that?
It's sometimes best to give your reader the concept instead of making them go research something else.
Certainly, okay.
You know what I mean? But it's okay to cross-reference and repeat things at our state level.
Okay.
Can you just include the rule, the text of the rule?
You
I
can-
remember it
you
was
can-
a fairly short
you
thing,
can
it was
do that too.
5J something or
Yes,
other, yeah.
That's possible too.
And then the second, with the definition, we're including, we're proposing to include in Appendix A, are we creating a conflicting definition of what invasive is because we're defining it by UF-IFAS's list in the E5, but then we've got a different definition in Appendix A.
That's not a question.
And then I'll just say that none of that's consistent with the comp plan. Policy Con 1.86 says Pasco County shall utilize the Florida Exotic Pest Plant Council's list of exotic nuisance plant species as amended that are likely to occur in Pasco County. Oh, I may not like that, but it is what it is. The comp plan is what it is.
But that's out of date, right? That's out of date, that terminology, when I understand, it's out of date.
It may be, but are they now the FISC, the Florida
Yes.
Exotic?
Yes, yes.
Okay, but that's what the comp plan says.
You're
Listen,
correct.
I may not personally like it, but that's what it says.
Right. And as far as, I think one of the commissioners brought up the definition underneath Appendix A. I mean, quite honestly, if it really, it is, you could say that the definition is actually underneath E5, referring to the database,
Right.
but that's, I guess that's up to you all to consider that piece, but.
I'm just saying down the road, somebody goes, oh, well, I think that this plant is extensively uncontrollable and poses an environmental threat. Well, who gets to determine that down the road?
I mean, it's fairly consistent with most of the definitions that refer to that, but, to your point, it could be probably defined elsewhere, so.
Yeah, Keith, and I think I had raised that question in conversations with staff earlier, and I just didn't know, I know before we were talking about the category 1 plants,
Right.
and then it was just whether this was, are the category 1 plants can actually be listed in the development manual?
I mean, I think the intent is to use the reference that's in existing code language, so we wouldn't be creating an additional list. We would use all the existing references and make it as simple as possible. And I will say that, I mean, that database is rather extensive, but you can filter it by the type specifically called out in the existing code language. So I think that's safe territory.
And then I got one last question.
Hopefully it's not about how you get rid of Kogan grass, because I really
Well,
don't
no,
know.
I'm all good with that, but the last time I was here, I asked, has anybody gone over to Murata and asked them to please remove the Kogan grass along with the Ludwigia peruviana and the Brazilian pepper, because it's still there today when I pass by.
And we added your parcel too that you referenced.
I don't have any Kogan grass.
I got rid of some next door to Murata.
Okay. So what's the pleasure? What do we want to do?
You take public
We had
comment.
public.
Yeah, I thought we did. I thought Catherine gave it to us.
Continue public
Not
comment.
yet, she didn't use her 3 minutes yet.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Okay, so who would like to have public comment? Is there a list or is it?
For this one, the only person is Ms. Sini that has signed up to speak.
Okay.
Jennifer Sini, 25605 Apple Blossom Lane, Westlake Chapel, Florida, 33544. This time, I'm here to speak to PC 17, the newly proposed invasive ordinance based on section 905.2. This ordinance amends one single paragraph buried deep within section 905.2. The section actually runs approximately 17 pages, but this is just one paragraph. This board expressed their opinion that we already have an invasive ordinance through 905.2. If that were the case, why hasn't it worked so far? This paragraph has existed for decades. but has not done anything to stop the invasion. Now, why? Because it's an afterthought. It is a reactive, if you will, paragraph to a situation. It is not proactive. It is not prioritized. For example, here there is no required inventory of species, just a vague, if you find them, remove them. There is no requirement for management plan. There's no oversight. There's no process or procedure to implement it. And there is no reporting. Essentially, it is relegated to an unsupported code compliance function. I find it very interesting that it references IFAS assessment of non-native plants in Florida's natural areas. You know, that is a list of over 900 species. But who, no ma'am, it is 900 species plus. But who cares? Because we're gonna let staff do any work with this ordinance anyway. So what does it matter if there are hundreds of species that don't relate to Pasco County? And who cares what are those pesky invasives that make our county commissioners crazy aren't emphasized here? The proposed ordinance puts this whole program on the backs of staff, most likely code compliance, and it will not be prioritized. Unfortunately, you all directed staff away from Pasco County Commissioner's directive. And I will say I've watched both meetings, and please forgive me, but you guys were bullying staff, and you know what? They gave up, and they gave you 905. I say this proposed ordinance should be scrapped, and we go back to the original attempt to put in a real proactive program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we had one other person who wanted to speak.
Cindy Butler, 5938 Frontier Drive, Zephyr Hills, Florida. There are actually 1,400 invasive plants in the state of Florida. Most of these plants are sold in every nursery that you can find. One of the most popular ones are fountain grasses, which come in red. They have the feathers on them. They grow wild. Camphor trees. There's a whole lot of them. My question is, are you prepared to go to the Home Depot in Zephyr Hills, the Lowe's in Zephyr Hills, the nurseries throughout the county, and tell them they no longer can sell these plants that have been sold for years and years? Palm Beach County also uses these in landscapes. Right now, camphor, the fountain grass, the Australian pines that grow along our beaches. These are drought-tolerant plants. Okay, now the weeds that Starkey talked about, they can be somewhat problematic, but are we to burn the entire county down to get rid of all the weeds? And are we going to tell the nurseries that they can no longer sell these plants for landscaping? I have these plants in my own yard, and they grow wild, and I allow them to grow wild because I live on 5 wooded acres near the airport in Zephyr Hills, which is a whole nother story, and they cause no kind of problem at all. My concern is why all of a sudden Commissioner Starkey decided to start attacking the invasive weeds. I didn't hear anything about it until that came up. And then the fires that caused the smog and then got out of control. And then someone was arrested for starting a fire, which they did not start. I have all of this documented. I've been doing this for 35 years. This is the first time I've been in front of you all, but the commissioners know me very well. And that's my concern. Camphor trees are huge. They provide shade. They are not a bad tree. And if you can cut down a 36-inch or bigger grandfather oak and burn it, but you're gonna want to cut down and burn lantana grass and everything else that these Home Depots, Lowe's, nurseries, all throughout Pasco County sell, what's the plan? It's not gonna be able to be stopped. First of all, they are perennials, and they will come back over and over again.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Catherine Starkey, 4920 Galleon Court, Newport Richey. Thanks for taking this on. I know it's a really tough ordinance, but we have been talking about dealing with Kogan grass at the county level for a number of years now. And we have got to get a little proactive on it, or our county is going to be eaten up with it. And Swift Mud and DOT have very active programs to stop it in their property, as I mentioned. And we have done really nothing to stop the spread. And there are things that can be done to stop the spread. And if you research it, you'll see no animal eats Kogan grass. It cuts their tongues to pieces. And to walk through it, you can't walk through it. It'll cut up your legs. So to have it in your yards, to have it in your open spaces, it's just very detrimental. It burns at a higher rate. It's got a lot of oil in it, so it can cause controlled burns to burn at a much higher level, and you'll lose your trees. It will actually overtake a lot of new growth it takes over pastures. And I would say to you, can you get an ag exemption for a pasture of Kogan grass when it's no agricultural purpose? I'm not sure that's legal to get an ag exemption on any acreage of Kogan grass. So if we don't get proactive on stopping the spread, we're going to look like a lot of parts of what Hernando County looks like. And so it's just time that we put some rules down. And one of the things I've suggested to staff, and I've been starting conversations with our Secretary of Ag, Wilton Simpson, is there a way that we can help fund with grants the removal of some of this stuff in some of our neighborhoods? Because I think it's going to be a long, hard fight to stop the spread, but I think we have to try. Otherwise, we're just going to be overrun with it. Every piece of grass we have in the county will be Kogan grass. So
Catherine, are you primarily your concern is Kogan grass?
Yes.
Not camphor.
Not camphor trees
and not stuff like that.
Here's my problem with Kogan grass. We're spreading it through new development, pretty much. I don't think we're spreading Brazilian pepper through new development. That's coming right from the birds, maybe eating the seeds and then spreading it that way. That's a harder nut. I do want the county to have a program to start getting rid of Brazilian pepper, and I'm pretty sure Keith, when they get ELAMP properties, Keith's still here behind me?
He's right over there.
Yeah. Of course. When they get property, they remove invasives. We bought the Gulf Harbor's defunct golf course, and we're going to be working together with the Gulf Harbor's residents and the Parks Department and ELAMP to get rid of the invasives, and it's mostly Brazilian pepper off that property. But to go and try and get rid of all the Brazilian pepper in Pasco County, that's a hard thing to do. I used to drive to Miami all the time, and I watched the state spend I don't know how much money getting rid of Melaleuca, but they did do it. They got rid of it. A lot of also Australian pines they got rid of. But if you do nothing, it's going to be so much more expensive for us in the future. So we just have to start somewhere. I don't really want it to be on the backs of code enforcement because they're just not equipped to do something like this. So we'll have to figure that out. But let's start somewhere.
So the thrust right now for you is Kogan grass?
Yes.
It's not camphor trees?
No. I did hear at the last planning commission, a woman speak about development happened near her and there were air potato plants. And then through that development process, her air potato plants got worse. Now, I don't think that's fair. I don't know how to deal with that one. I've not researched potato plants.
Yeah, I know some of the ranchers over here complain about soda apples.
Yes, and we used to have those on our ranch. And I can tell you that was a great job for my kids when they were in high school and before high school to drive around in a little ranch vehicle. And we sprayed all our tropical soda apples because those will tear up your cows. And we got rid of all of ours. And we didn't have Brazilian pepper, we didn't have soda apple, and we did not have Kogan grass on any of the Starkey Ranch property. Can't speak for camphor trees. I don't think we had any, but I know those three. We worked very hard and very diligently to make sure we had none of those invasives on our property. I think what Cindy was speaking about is not anything near what we're talking about with Kogan grass. Kogan grass is one of the 10 most invasive plants in the world.
Okay.
And so.
Okay. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. You can't, not unless somebody wants to ask you a question. No. Sorry. We can't speak from the audience. Okay. Okay. So what's the pleasure of the group?
Are we gonna get like updated language?
Yeah, we're just gonna continue this, or?
Well, you could continue the item, or you could find the draft language as written and the proposed amendments to it consistent with the comprehensive plan, which is the only motion that you're required to make as the LPA. So it puts you not in the position of recommending approval on something that you haven't yet to see the final product of. So that would be my suggestion, that you just do that. That way it keeps moving forward, and we can certainly send to you for an added courtesy and curiosity what the final thing looks like before it even goes on the board agenda. You know, it's whatever your pleasure is.
I'd rather see the language.
Well, if we continue it, we will see the language, right?
Well, you don't have to continue, you can, I mean, this is at your all's pleasure, but the matter's in front of you.
I think this is an important issue. I mean, I know that I was pretty vocal against what was being said and what was brought to us last time. I think this is an important issue, and I think this is a good compromise. I, like John, would like to see the language. I'm a little uncomfortable not seeing the language, but if it's a Pasco County before or after a certain word, I'm not too concerned about that part of it. I think we need to get something in place and something where we can start moving forward, and I think really it does, like Catherine said, I think it does come, it's not really so much on code enforcement. This kind of goes back to even when site development plans are submitted and when site development plans are reviewed, when there's inspections at the end of construction, when the contractor or the builder is getting ready to leave the site. I think that's an important part, in my opinion. I think that's an important part of the inspection process, that natural resources needs to be going out and making sure that the stuff that was supposed to be removed was in fact removed. Because I mean, I hate the story of the HOA that was burdened with the air potato. I mean, that's a bad story, and that's a big thing that they have to tackle down the road. So, is there any way we can just finalize the language, or Elizabeth, you're just not comfortable with?
The only thing is, I don't have a reference to that rule number.
Right.
That specifically, and.
Hold on. Can we take a break for 5 minutes and let her find it?
That's a yes.
5-minute break.
I know, right?
I was warned.
We don't want to be here any longer than necessary either.
Yeah.
It's Florida Administrative Code 5J, and I'm going to try to help you there.
Okay, let's go back to order. I think we can get the new language up on the screen. There we go. Does that look right?
And then the definition is modified to reflect that, to give direction to the reader. Can you keep scrolling down? Yeah, that it's, because that's actually in the body of the ordinance, and so I thought it might be useful, Keith. Okay.
Perfect. Can you scroll back up? I think you missed a word.
I did?
Yeah.
Where?
All side use for site development must be procured
Okay.
through a licensed side farm.
There's an extra county in the beginning of that one.
Okay, we'll fix that too.
Yeah.
Yep, see it.
Just wanted to see if you were paying attention.
Are we ready for a motion?
There will be a test.
Okay, with those two changes, is that appropriate then for you, Mr. Moody?
Well, I think he wanted to make a motion.
So are we ready for a motion? I'll move.
Well, I'm sorry, I have one more question. So back to your question though, I know it came up last time, does this now, there seemed to be concern that they couldn't go out and check the places like Marana. Does this give them at least the backbone to do that, correct?
She nods.
Keith Wiley, yes, that is correct, Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
So I move we recommend approval of the ordinances modified.
Finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so yeah, move we find the modified ordinance language consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Second.
I will, one thing I'll say, since we're at discussion on this, is that I think this certainly goes beyond our purview, but the BMPs and the development review mountain and the like, to get to Ms. Sini's point, I think that's an opportunity for us to have a more robust program. In attacking invasives in general, I think that's the right place for this to obviously be, not within the ordinance, but encourage Keith's group and others to reach out to whoever those experts are to develop that, because there's a lot of really good folks in this space that can help with that. But I think that we can get to may not be necessarily as ordinance driven and robust as what Hillsborough has, but I think that we can get there with the through the development review process.
Okay, any other discussion?
I'll just say that money spent on the actual removal is better than money spent trying to prove you've complied with some bureaucratic process.
That's true, yeah. Are you just saying dig it up?
Is that an edit you need?
Right. Don't kill it.
Slash and burn.
Depends on what it is.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? All right. Terry?
Good evening, Planning Commission. Nectarios Pitos, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth.
And Terry, let's wait till
Oh,
they're making a lot of noise. I can't hear you. They're being rude.
shall I begin?
Okay, I think we're quiet enough now.
Okay. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Item PC 18 is the long-awaited car wash facilities ordinance, the proposed car wash facilities ordinance. This is PDD 240336. With a PowerPoint that's going to come up in a second. Essentially, this is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners to amend the Land Development Code in a number of sections to introduce new regulations that will help provide regulatory guidance on the development of car washes in Pasco County. So our purpose here tonight is to establish new LDC standards for car wash facilities. This will be Land Development Code Amendment number 70. And the reason why we're doing this tonight is to understand the frequency and location of low employment generating car wash businesses on county arterials and collectors. And that has created a public concern such that the Board of County Commissioners directed the Planning, Development, Economic Growth Department, back then Planning and Development Department, to develop new standards to regulate the frequency, location, and design of car washes. And so what I would like to do today or tonight is to discuss our journey in developing the proposed ordinance by first talking about existing conditions and observations associated with car washes, then talk about the consistency in terms of what the comprehensive plan directs, and lastly to get into the actual proposed ordinance. And so we'll walk through each of those in that order. And before I do that, I just want to say that we've had extensive stakeholder input in the development of this ordinance. We have received a lot of feedback through multiple meetings over the course of the last 6 to 7 months or so, as we've developed this in hand with our private sector partners, land use site planners, land use attorneys, and other interested parties. So we want to thank them for their participation in the process. So in terms of existing conditions, this is a map of the West Pasco Harbors area. It's indicating the frequency and location of car wash facilities. What we're passing out right now is a map, and what's on the board on the other side of me are maps that show the frequency and location of car washes countywide. And as soon as Chris is done handing out those plans so you can see them up close and better, we'll turn these boards around and let the audience take a look at them.
A motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
But what you'll see on the maps that are being passed out as we turn these around here on the sites, we have 25 freestanding car wash facilities across the county. We have 4 freestanding car wash facilities within the cities, the various cities that are in the county, 10 self-service car wash facilities, 4 hand wash service facilities, and 29 gas stations with ancillary uses that are that have car washes. This amounts to approximately 72 different opportunities to wash your car within the county jurisdiction.
So it's 72?
Yeah, if I did the math right. In total.
Yep.
I'm not sure the PowerPoint, something's happened to the graphic. As we think about the frequency and location of car washes within Pasco County, we need to be aware of our cross-county thoroughfares and how many we actually have. Though the county is a really big place, we actually don't have that many cross-county thoroughfares. We have from west to east just 11 north-south roads that will go county north to south. And that's kind of stretching it a little bit. US 19, Rowan, is kind of a stretch. It cooperates with US 19. Little also sort of cooperates with US 19. Starkey, Boone Lake alignment, Sun Lake, Shady Hills alignment, US 41. State Road 54, Old Pasco alignment, Bruceby Downs, Boyette, McKendree alignment, Curly Meadow Point alignment, Handcart Morris Bridge alignment, and US 301, Old Lakeland Highway. Those are cross-county roads. And then as we move from the south to the north, there's even fewer cross-county thoroughfares. We have State Road 54, 56, State Road 54, the Zephyr Hills Bypass Island, County Road 54 alignment, the Rangeland Aaron Cutoff alignment, which actually continues in a Vision Road scenario, will cross over 75 or cross under 75. Ridge Road and Overpass, though those two don't really line up, they're kind of on the same parallel. And then State Road 52 itself and County Line Road up by Hernando County. And so we want to make sure that we temper or moderate the frequency of certain low employment generating land uses on our highly valuable cross-county thoroughfares and the frontages that they have. So some of the observations that have come in from the public have been on the appearance of car washes. Generally, vacuum stations facing the roadway and no screening, so the functionality of the site has been a key point that's been brought up. The expanse or space between the road and the building, where the building is hidden from the road because of the landscaping or the vacuum structures themselves. And so this is part of the observations that we were looking at in terms of what's happening with car washes in our county. And then in terms of where we'd like to go, some best examples here. Buildings near to the roadway with the vacuum stations and the ancillary equipment and functions sort of screened and either behind buildings or behind landscaping. So onto the consistency analysis then. What we would like to talk about is a number of comprehensive plan policies. And the first set is going to be policy FLU 1810 and policy ED 162, which are essentially the same. Both of these in the comprehensive plan note that the county shall, through the development review process, ensure adequate land and transportation capacity is available for present and future high-paying employment-generating land uses. The development review process noted in the comprehensive plan begins with the regulatory framework of the Land Development Code. The provisions of the Land Development Code establish the standards against which a review is conducted, the review process itself. Establishing the proposed standards for car washes in the Land Development Code ensures adequate land and transportation capacity is available for employment-generating land uses because the draft provisions will regulate and condition the design, proximity, and frequency of car washes on the transportation corridors. The Board of County Commissioners expressed desires the economic diversification and the preservation of employment-generating frontages of the county's transportation corridors. So proposing regulation for design and frequency, as well as establishing car washes as conditional uses, will enable the county to assess the impacts of such development and spread it out sufficiently to make space for employment-generating uses. Additionally, policy FLU 143, which talks about transitional land uses, and policy FLU 163, which is a parallel policy, are typically used to transition specific land uses between one another. They're used to ensure an appropriate mitigation of impacts using land development code standards, such as landscape buffers, noise mitigation measures, hours of operation, etc. The proposed amendments before the Planning Commission today work to ensure an appropriate design relationship between car washes and surrounding land uses. In addition, the policy also works to manage redevelopment of areas no longer appropriate as viable residential areas. So if it's not going to be residential, what is it going to be? Commercial or industrial? Mainly talking about commercial areas here. Properties identified for commercial development or redevelopment are typically understood as not viable or appropriate for residential development alone. In understanding that a property is more appropriately designated as non-residential or at least mixed use, policy FLU 163 requires the management of said non-residential development or redevelopment. And so the proposed amendment seeks to manage the development or redevelopment of sites proposing car washes through the application of the conditional use process and the new standards to ensure a mitigation of impacts and a reasonable transition between uses. Policy FLU 144 talks about residential compatibility, buffer standards between residential and non-residential land uses, and this intends to protect neighborhoods from the sensory intrusion of adjacent non-residential uses that may affect the long-term viability of those neighborhoods. The proposed amendments to the Land Development Code will condition and limit the sensory intrusions car wash uses will have on surrounding development, whether it is residential or non-residential in scope in terms of the neighboring uses. It is often the case that car wash uses locate near to residential areas and are also adjacent to other non-residential development. And lastly, policy FLU 1220, which talks about groundwater protection and waste disposal and discharge. This policy requires the county to monitor permit compliance for waste disposal and or discharge facilities and activities. And so while the policy is typically associated with solid waste, wastewater would fall under this policy with uses that are wastewater dischargers. such as car washes, in terms of general countywide application. So the proposed amendments seek to reinforce groundwater protection against car wash, wastewater, and car wash wastewater. And so let's move into the actual proposed ordinance now, and we'll do a walkthrough of the ordinance. We'll start first with the definition of what we're actually talking about in the car wash facility standards, the proposed car wash facility standards. We're talking about freestanding car washes. So a freestanding car wash is an automotive vehicle service that includes a fully automated exterior vehicle washing that uses soft touch or touchless equipment as vehicles move on a conveyor belt along a washing tunnel fitted with a series of synchronized machines and providing a minimum of 3 vacuum stations. The last piece of the definition is important so that we can make distinctions between what a freestanding car wash is and what an ancillary car wash might be. The number of vacuum stations being the determining factor. Before we get into the new section 1106, there were some supporting amendments associated with this new proposed ordinance. In Chapter 300, 2 amendments are proposed that will prohibit waiver of pre-application or pre-consultation meetings and will require car washes to have neighborhood meetings. That would make it consistent with the practice of reviewing conditional use permits. In Chapter 400, we're aligning conditional use requirements with new zoning regulations, which, bulleted under Chapter 500, are to make freestanding car washes conditional uses in the C1 zone, and to make ancillary car washes as special exceptions in the C1 zone, and lastly, to make freestanding car washes conditional uses in the C2 zone. Small parenthesis of the whole car wash conversation, there was an add-on amendment that is rather unrelated to the car washes, but it's in Chapter 900, which is to modify stacking requirements for drive-through facilities for restaurants. Essentially, instead of counting the number of stacking spaces from a menu board, out 8 spaces, you can now count, according to the proposed amendment, count 8 spaces from the pickup window. And it's a little bit more site plan friendly to restaurants and other uses that have to count their drive-through stacking. Close parentheses on Chapter 900. So on to the new section 1106, car wash facilities. So instead of going line by line, I've already kind of talked about the intent and purpose. I'm going to do sort of summary recaps, and then you can see the language on the overhead, and if we have any particular points that we want to discuss, we can always bring the language up on the overhead and talk about them specifically. But if you recall, C1 and C2 will have car washes as a conditional use permit now. So in the first sentence in paragraph A there, in MPUDs that have C1 and C2 permitted uses identified, those MPUDs are now going to need a substantial modification to add car washes back into those MPUDs, which is essentially the same process as you might consider for a conditional use in a Euclidean zone, which is basically review, bring to Planning Commission, bring to the Board of County Commissioners for review and approval.
So to clarify, Terry, that means C3, it will be permitted, it won't be a conditional or it won't be permitted at all?
It's not permitted at all. They're not permitted today.
Okay.
Continuing to move through the paragraph, we have a prohibition in the EC, Employment Center, IL, Industrial Light, IH, Industrial Heavy, TC, Town Center, future land use categories. These future land use categories are reserved for employment generating land uses. Some of them have a 15% support commercial allowance. This ordinance would remove the car wash from being part of that 15% so that we can maximize the employment generating potential in those future land use categories and within that 50% support allowance. From a design perspective, auto-centric car washes are not as compatible with traditional neighborhood design or transit-oriented developments or the compact development area of a mixed-use trip reduction measure project. Because those types of ordinances, those types of design patterns seek to enable pedestrian and bicycle or non-vehicular, non-auto-centric mobility. And so having a car wash in there would sort of disrupt the environment a little bit. And so there's a prohibition proposed in this paragraph. Additionally, there's a prohibition proposed in Connected City for the northern and southern innovation zones, as well as for the community hub special planning area. And in terms of the villages of Pasadena Hills, if you're a type 2 village, it would be prohibited, car washes would be prohibited, but in a type 1 VOPH village, you would be allowed 1 car wash per village. Again, in VOPH, the intent is to promote pedestrian, bike, other non-vehicular mobility. And a car wash would likely disrupt the pattern. However, there is an allowance that's being made to enable car washes within the more region-serving villages of VOPH. And then previously, specifically approved car washes in MPUDs within this paragraph would be exempt from section 1106. So for example, if you're in a type 2 village of VOPH that has an MPUD that has an allowance for a car wash, you would be exempt from these prohibitions. Moving on, we get into paragraph B, which is limited applicability. These standards are more county-wide applicable. So the previous paragraph talked about very specific areas of the county and what happens within them. Here, this is more county-wide general. Paragraph B would influence paragraph A, right? So these would stack on top and provide support. I provided a key at the bottom of the page here because you'll note that in each of these provisions, we reference certain proposed code sections, right? 1106.3D, E, F1, and 1106.4, B9. The key at the bottom tells you that what we're talking about here, the things that you're not exempt from, so to speak, would be following the noise ordinance, which is in the code of ordinances, or as might be limited by a conditional use permit. The hours of operations, which this section does have a proposed time frame, or as limited by a conditional use permit. 1106.3F1 is basically keep your pavement markings crisp. Make sure that the markings on the ground are painted properly. So it's the basic property maintenance provision. And 1106.4B9 is basically follow Florida DEP, US EPA regulations on wastewater and so on and so forth. But here we have a progression of exemptions that are proposed. All proposed new freestanding car washes having an approved site plan or approved building permit prior to September 17, which is the anticipated approval date. All proposed new freestanding car washes with pending site plan application deemed complete prior to September 17. So if you've gotten it in while we've been developing the ordinance or debating the ordinance, you would fall under B2. Existing freestanding car washes shall be subject to 1106.3D and E, the grandfathering clause. B4, all proposed freestanding car washes with the pending building permit submitted prior to the adoption of this ordinance shall be subject to sections D, E, F1, and B9, 1106.4B9. And then, of course, any approved MPUD with specific design, location, or site orientation standards for freestanding car washes shall be subject to noise, hours of operation, property maintenance, and the DEP wastewater regulations, which are fairly standard, and will not require a substantial modification to the MPUD. So just to keep moving through the ordinance, I've highlighted the high points, a lot of language on the slide, but basically what the distance requirement is talking about is that it's regulating the frequency of car washes in the county. There's a 7,920 foot proximity regulation proposed, which is measured as the crow flies. So how do you measure from the crow, as the crow flies? You pick a point along the front property line, and you draw from that point 7,920 feet out from there in a complete circle, and that would illustrate the zone in which another car wash wouldn't be able to locate. This is about 1.5 mile distance, and it is based on the spacing requirements and the frequency of arterials and collectors within the county. Additionally, pre-application meetings with the Planning and Development and Economic Growth Department are required for car washes that are going to be seeking car wash or conditional use permits or potential modifications to the MPD, and car washes will have neighborhood meetings required.
For the 1.5 mile requirement, is there a mechanism for them to be able to, you know, let's say the site's 1.49 miles away, can they appeal that or have some sort of extra consideration? Is there a mechanism for that? Or is it a hard and fast rule that cannot be
I think you can ask
accepted?
for a variance.
No.
No? Can?
Says you can't.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's 7,920 feet.
So if it's 7,919 feet, then
How did you say you
Well,
arrived at
applicants
that
always have the
distance?
opportunity, they can nevertheless submit for a conditional use permit if they so desire to. You can't stop them from applying. So then during the review process, if that review process determines if it's the pleasure of the Board of County Commissioners, for example, to lower that threshold, then that is
Then why
something
have
that can be
one?
done.
Why not just leave that to the judgment of the Board of County Commissioners?
For which?
the distance requirement.
For the distance requirement, because I'm with Derek, I think you're gonna get a lot of edge cases. This guy's 7,000 feet away, this guy's 1.48 miles away. Why not just leave the distance to the judgment of the Board of County Commissioners when they decide to issue or not issue a conditional use? How did you come up with the 1.5 miles? Is there some science based on that?
It's based on the separations of the arterials and collectors.
What does that have to do with where a car wash can be?
Well, so the
I
industry.
think it was also an industry standard.
The industry standard was once upon a time 3 mile distance. So car washes try
From themselves.
From themselves. That's right. So then that industry standard has fallen by the wayside mainly because technology has changed the way people interact with car washes. I guess memberships matter. And so what we determined was we need to set up a benchmark to identify how far we should be separating these car washes and creating space on our
How far should I separate coffee shops?
Well, and you could probably do that through stating it as a guideline, you know, so with the ability for the Planning Commission and or the Board of County Commissioners to, you know.
See, well, it's a benchmark requirement. It's a benchmark requirement, and it enables us to understand what an appropriate distance that is defensible against comprehensive plan policy or in favor of comprehensive plan policy and the land development code.
But I'm trying to figure out how that's defensible because I'm sorry Elizabeth's left because I'm using the word defensible as is in court. How are you going to go and defend a 1.5 mile separation in court when my client sues you and says that that's an arbitrary and capricious decision as to the distance?
But it's not arbitrary and capricious. Because
Well, then how is that?
So you have a minimum mile distance between an arterial to arterial, collector to collector. So if we're trying to preserve the frontages of these arterials and collectors, what you want to do is you want to space them out at least 1 mile. And if we go to 1.5 miles, we can have at least 2 arterials and 2 collectors before we see another car wash use along the corridor.
So, the problem I got with all of this is where does this stop? Today it's car washes. I see a proliferation of drive-through coffee shops going on. There's White Duck Coffee, Dutch Brothers Coffee, Starbucks Coffee. They're going up everywhere, and I know what everybody's fear is. We all fear that these car washes, when the economy takes a dive, and maybe that's sooner than later, that a lot of these car washes aren't going to make it, and we're going to be stuck with some blight on the landscape. Well, I think the same thing about all these coffee shops that are going up. And we see that with a lot of uses when there's a growth spurt. So where does this stop? What about with marijuana dispensaries? Or what about with drugstores? I spent a big portion of my career finding sites for Walgreens drugstores, and you know where we chose to put them? Directly across the street from CVS. And you know where Publix likes to put its stores? directly across the street from Winn-Dixie. And the Aldi in my neighborhood is directly across the street from Publix. And similarly, the Save-A-Lot is across the street from that. So we're picking on car washes. And there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason. When I was finding sites for Walgreens, they wouldn't locate within 2 miles of themselves. They don't want to cannibalize their own store. But there was nothing that made them happier than to get in CVS's face and try to take their business. No different than Mr. Bubbles Car Wash versus Mr. Car Wash trying to get in and compete the American way with their business.
Lowe's versus Home Depot.
And Lowe's versus Home Depot. They're located, in fact, in Newport Richey, where are they located? Directly across the street from each other.
I think that...
So, I mean, you could carry this, and I don't think you're going to be able to defend that in a court. There are laws, and there are cases on the books where the courts have upheld separation distances, but those all have to do with something where there's some moral hazard or there's some proven ill to society. For instance, if we concentrate adult uses together, there tends to be more prostitution arrests in the area. So then they would separate them by minimum distances so that we didn't create a red light district. But I'm trying to find out where's the moral hazard and the social ill from people washing their car. Yes, I agree. There are going to be a bunch of these people that go out of business, and I think some of them made a very stupid investment. But this is the United States of America. And in America, I have the right to make as much money as I want, and there's no law that says I can't lose as much money as I want. And
Mr.
I just
Moody?
can't get behind a separation. That is an absolutely arbitrary number. And I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to give these to the county attorney because this is already going on all over the county. Court tells Lebanon, Tennessee, and by the way, it's a local developer, Bose Development, sued the city of Lebanon, Tennessee because the citizens came into their planning commission and screamed, there's already 3 car washes down the street, we're oversaturated with car washes. Well, guess what? The judge sided with Bose Development. It's going on in Madison, Wisconsin, in the transit-oriented development that you brought up. You should go read that case.
But I think
there is a bunch of these cases going all along. And don't get me wrong. I have no issue making these a conditional use, but we can't do things which are arbitrary and capricious, and we can't target industries which don't have some ill on society. Right now, what we have is a lot of people whining on Facebook. Because I watch it, I see the group every day, I follow it religiously. They're all whining about all the car washes every day. Yeah, but I haven't heard about the car washes causing pollution, and these DEP rules for car wash recycling systems have been on the books for 30 or 40 years now. That's not something new, that's a red herring you got in your ordinance. Where does it stop, Terry?
Well,
the next commission comes in and decides it doesn't like coffee shops. What about all these game of skill places, which is code for casino? They're popping up everywhere, right? Where they got the little duck game and the fishing game and the slot machines in there. What about those? Should those be every mile from each other? Maybe half a mile from each other, or should they be a block from each other?
John, let's give Terry an opportunity to at least respond to some of your concerns, and I think they're all valid concerns.
I think one of the, before I continue here, one of the major distinctions that I would draw between this use and some of the other uses that have been mentioned is starting with economic development is a legitimate local government objective. Secondly, some of the other uses that have been mentioned are tax revenue generators with sales tax revenue to a great degree, especially if we're talking about retail, as well as greater employment generation. Perhaps the public's employees aren't getting paid as much, but there's certainly more employees in the Publix than there are in a car wash facility. Nevertheless, employment generating land use preservation along our major corridors is an important objective, and we have to set the objective as a community. And I think having a benchmark, at least at a minimum, to go by will help us understand how much of a tolerance we have for these uses that don't generate as much revenue, don't generate as much employment generation.
Well, can't we set it up so that they can at least have a resource to appeal the distance, and there can be some judgment
Yeah, I
involved?
feel like at the very least it should be a guideline.
Because if
that
they're
reviewable.
200 feet off, you know, they should.
If it's a conditional use, that means there's going to be a public hearing in front of the planning commission and in front of the board of county commissioners that can decide whether they think there's a, I think the county attorney pointed out to me in our conditional use, one of the standards we can look at is whether or not there's a public need, right? Was that the correct term, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
So there's no need to put a distance in because we have the right already under the code to determine whether there's a public need. And maybe in a more dense area, there's more public need than there is in the northeast rural area for these things. But that, at least we can look at them on a case-by-case basis rather than deciding that they must be 1.5 miles as the way the crow flies. And then there's not even a consistent way to measure that because, well, I could make a measurement from that corner of the property line or that corner of the property line or the middle of the property line. But at least that gives them the right to look at them all on a case-by-case basis. Because I can tell you, if you go and you Google this, there's a lot of articles out there. And we're not the only city or county that's struggling with this. But the problem is, when each of these cities and counties has gone in and they've set some criteria which is arbitrary, the courts have consistently ruled against them. And I don't want to see us go down that road. I understand the concern.
Terry, go ahead.
I do understand the concern, but I don't want to see the county spend
I'm sorry, Denise?
all its
Yes,
money in
Mr. Chair, I
litigation.
just wanted to mention that our director would like to speak. He's been trying to speak for a little while now. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, I didn't see his hand over there.
Thank you. I got to hand it to you. So I don't think it's a capricious provision. We received specific guidance from the Board of County Commissioners to regulate the frequency and the location and distancing of car washes. So we picked a reasonable, it's arbitrary, capricious, and reasonable as a test, and it is reasonable. If somebody came up and they were 5 feet short, they could argue their case in front of the board and get relief from that. But at a minimum, the distance should be the guideline. Thank you.
So section 1106.3, just to move through the ordinance and then we can have a bigger discussion. 1106.3 begins with general design and use standards, so it talks about site layout. The main points of these provisions here is that we're looking to put vacuums, where the vacuums and parking usually go together in car washes, and the trash and other vertical appurtenances behind the building, so that we can prioritize the building along the street so that the building appears more as a sign and has a presence along our main thoroughfares. And then no alternative standards, 1106.3A through 1106.3A 1 through 5. I think you fell asleep.
It's not working.
Yeah. So, I don't know. There we go. Okay. Moving on into the setbacks discussion. The setbacks discussion is basically imitating C2 zoning setbacks with the distinction that the front setback is 20 feet maximum. Again, trying to bring the buildings forward to make a better presence, to articulate at least a good design on our arterial streets. Oops. There we go. The side yard setback remains the same as what's in the C2 zoning district, and the rear yard setback essentially stays the same at 30 feet. 10 feet when adjacent to commercial or industrial districts, but they would have had to put in a 10-foot buffer anyway. And then in terms of the buffering requirements, screen all your mechanicals. Make it look good on our thoroughfares. And then importantly, C2 is an allowance for the opening of the car wash. So as you move through the tunnel and the car comes out, is an allowance for the car wash opening to face the right-of-way. And when that happens, there's ways that you can help screen the appearance of the inside of the tunnel from the right-of-way. This is an allowance basically for when car washes appear on corner lots. Continuing on within those site layout requirements, screening the vacuums and the pumps. Sometimes they have air pumps to pump your tires, or air pumps to blow out the things that you have to vacuum in your car ultimately. And then screening from residential areas, a solid 6-foot high decorative masonry wall, required along all sides of the site that allows residential zoning district to use. D and E are the noise and hours of operations. The noise condition, or provision rather, comes out of the Code of Ordinances. And then here's that F1 provision that we were talking about in the key as well. Basically, drive lanes and parking spaces shall be clearly delineated, so keep your painting markings clear and easy to follow and read. The rest of the slide is indicating additional standards, which talk about architectural controls, basically avoid blank facades. Again, we want visual interest along our major thoroughfares, make it all match. That's an important quality. So we give some allowances and provisions of what kind of what kind of materials you can put together, but make sure that you're following a good color, not a good color scheme, a consistent color scheme on your building. And if you're adding things to the site, make sure that whatever you add over time matches altogether.
So who's going to decide that?
It's going to be in the ordinance. So the user can...
I understand that,
yeah.
but so here's why I asked you, who's going to decide that? Chuck's been selling houses for a long time. I remember the first house my parents bought when I was a young kid here in the 1970s. And all the colors in there were harvest gold and green.
Beautiful.
It was beautiful, right? Then I moved into a house over in River Crossing in the 1990s, and all the colors in the house were mauve and peach. In fact, my kitchen, I think you were there, Elizabeth, back in those days. My kitchen cabinets were bright peach.
Yeah. Hideous.
They were hideous, exactly. So what's beautiful today is hideous tomorrow.
But at least
so
matches.
The problem is who gets to decide what color goes with what color? I see people all of a sudden come up with a new design. Oh, those colors look great. I never thought of that before. Well, we're going to hire a county color consultant, or who gets to decide that?
Yeah.
Is that written into the Florida building code somewhere? That the building official going to figure that out, or
The standards that are presented here are actually grafted from the big box ordinance that we have, section 1102, the section 1102 standards. So we've been deploying this type of standard on our big boxes to great effect, and it's been pretty successful the way our big boxes are now appearing within the county. So it'd be a similar exercise for car wash facilities as we would with the big box ordinance. So understood, we get it, and tastes change over time, but this is not really an attempt to regulate someone's brand so much as it is to help them understand that we just want something that's matching within the built environment.
So you're looking more for consistency across the different
Right.
structures on the property,
Right.
not so much what colors are on
And
those.
we've beta tested a lot of this against car washes that are out in the community or proposals that we've seen, and for the most part, to a large degree, this ordinance would follow what they already do. But you can't guarantee that into the future. We've gotten kind of lucky up until this point, so it's good to at least, again, create the benchmarks. I think one important, I'm sorry, just to continue through the additional standards here. Again, it's talking about avoiding blank facades, making it match, having a clean appearance. One thing to keep in mind is number 4 on the slide, car wash tunnels. The interior mechanical equipment of the freestanding car wash shall not be visible from the adjacent rights of way. This is basically an attempt so that you don't have that clear plexiglass that fronts onto our roadways, and then after time, because so many cars have washed through, the glass is all filmed up and whatnot. That's what this is, because this is talking about the vertical, this section of the proposed code is talking about the vertical elements of the building. And then lastly, the outdoor display merchandise and wastewater regulations, which is following the state standards. These are the Chapter 300 changes that I mentioned at the very early part of the presentation. So pre-application consultations, the intent and purpose for a neighborhood meeting, freestanding car wash needs to have that. Here you see the change to section 402.3, which says that the proposed conditional use for a freestanding car wash will not be located within the proximity distance we've been talking about, 7,920 feet. The Chapter 500 changes to make freestanding car wash conditional uses for both C1 and C2. That parentheses provision on the stacking space requirements for drive-throughs is on display here at section 907.3. Then wrapping it up again, this was the definition that we talked about of what a freestanding car wash is and what the proposed ordinance is attempting to regulate.
Can you stay right there for a second?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna.
Well, I know you want us to recommend approval.
Yeah.
So, as my very intelligent business partner aptly pointed out, and I can think of the same thing myself, I've been to a tunnel car wash where you park your car and the machine moves. Doesn't pull you through on a chain or a conveyor belt. What about the ones with the brushes?
The brushes? What do you mean the brushes?
You've never been in a car wash that has the spinning brushes?
Right.
They still make those.
Yeah.
Why only the ones that are soft touch? So I can go right around your ordinance today by just simply having the machine move rather than having a chain or conveyor belt,
Or if it's not
using
soft
the
touch.
ones with the brushes.
I mean, the brushes they're not intending to scrape your car. But
Is there a legal definition of soft touch?
All the soft
definition
touches
that we're
we've seen is all the pressure. It's no brushes touching your car.
Correct, it's brushless.
It's brushless.
Oh, so
That's why they
you're
call them
saying
soft
that
touch.
soft touch and the touchless are the same term, basically.
Well, what I'm saying is we probably ought to go, if you're going to attempt to do this, one of which I do not support this, but if you're going to do this, then we might want to look at a definition that catches all, because there's a lot of car washes that don't meet this definition out there, and they're not hard to find. Second one I have is, your justification for this ordinance, one of your justifications is these car washes are low job generators. So if I go to one of the car washes where I put the 75 cents in and get the spray wand, how many people does that employ? How come we're not going after those car washes? They're everywhere.
And that could be a freestanding car wash facility.
In fact, if you were just going to ban my tunnel car wash, I'd just go build one of those coin-operated ones with the spray wand, because it doesn't meet your definition, and I could go build it, and I don't have to get a conditional use.
It's true.
Mr. Moody, the proliferation of car washes aren't the ones you're speaking about. Those are
Well, that's
all the
because
car
right after
washes.
you ban them, then those will proliferate.
From personal experience, they do a crummy job. And the
Well,
consumer prefers a more modern.
I think I do a pretty good job when I go there and use it.
But the thing is, if you ban those things, then people will move to the next best thing. They'll say, well, I can't get the good car wash, so I'll just go to the car wash that does the crappier job, because that's all I have to go to. That's what's not banned.
Or maybe I'll just go do it in my front yard where I can let all the dirt and everything run off into the storm sewer, and there's no regulation whatsoever.
We're only regulating 1.5 mile distance.
I understand that. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to get any support out of me about having a minimum distance. I think there's too many there's too many personal injury attorneys in town. In fact, there's probably 6 of them within spitting distance of my back door of my office. Not that I would spit on any of them, I like them all. But, they're everywhere. I mean, where does this stop? What about the proliferation of chicken finger restaurants? Those are popping up everywhere too, aren't they? We think they're all going to make it?
Well, I see the rationale to some extent, because we all, what I really think that I would focus on, if it were me, is you know, you're talking about like the storage units always came into the conversation because there's very little employment going on in a storage unit, especially the modern ones. And I think most people think that there's not a lot of good employment going on in a car wash either. So why put a car wash, so many of them, in your prime commercial areas?
I'm not necessarily
You know?
disagreeing.
The only thing I'm thinking is there needs to be an opportunity for anybody who wants to apply for a car wash. If they don't meet the strict criteria, there needs to be a
And if it's a
way
conditional
for
use,
them
then we
to-
can hear them on a case-by-case basis.
So just a little background. I'm not trying to break my arm, patting myself on the back. The conditional use idea got proffered by me. And I'm fine with the conditional use. I've got no problem with that. We do that same thing with cell towers. And as the county attorney pointed out earlier in the meeting, right now we have a set of standards by which we decide whether or not to issue a conditional use. There are some additional standards that go with cell phone towers, and I think it would be appropriate to have some additional standards that go with the car washes. I think one of the fears is that these car washes are gonna go out of business and we're gonna be left with a blight on the landscape, and they're gonna be filled with homeless people, and there, you know, all kinds of crime and drugs and stuff going on in there. So, like, for instance, if a cell tower's use is discontinued for a certain period of time, our code requires the removal of the cell tower. I personally would not have an objection to having a condition that said, hey, if your car wash use becomes discontinued for a certain amount of time, or it becomes a public nuisance, then we can order its demolition. But I'd rather do that than set an arbitrary number as to how close one can be to another. And I just find that to be anti-competitive. You know,
in fact, I like that idea.
That gives people an exclusive territory.
You know,
when we give people an exclusive territory like a cable company or a power company, well, we sell them the franchise area. If we're going to give a car wash an exclusive trade territory, then let's auction off the 1.5 mile area for them and let the county make some money at it.
But what's gonna happen is that your little shitty car washes that you don't wash, excuse my language, that are the, you know, the.
I didn't hear what you said.
The ones.
The little city, the little city car washes, the small cities.
The little city car washes.
We're on TV. Those are gonna pop up every quarter mile in between the, I mean, that's, so, it's, yeah, competition is gonna fill in the gap essentially with that, so.
Yeah.
The less desirable ones that you don't want are gonna be what are gonna start to pop up. And then the hand car washes, the car washes that go out of business, and there's 3 of these down the road for me. They had the former tunnel, that's out of business, now it's just a hand wash. So you take your car in there and they hand wash it. So those are gonna continue to pop up everywhere.
Yes.
Ultimately, the government should be in the business of regulating the free markets. That's
I mean, the design standards and everything of this, I agree with, and I think they're good and necessary, but yeah, I struggle with the distance to it.
Mr. Chairman, just to note though, we're not just talking about the end of life of car washes. It's mostly about the proliferation of car washes during the lifespan. It's a lot of time that passes before the car wash finally terminates as a business. And in that time, they can proliferate quite extensively, and then they've taken up valuable frontages on our transportation corridor.
At some point,
is there any way we can't? Is there any way we can't make it a conditional use?
Yeah, I think that we can address it that way.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying, and I'm willing to today to support this as a conditional use, but I don't want to have an arbitrary distance. We can look at them on a case by case.
And it opens up to a lot of litigation, and we're seeing that throughout the country as well. So.
Staff is proposing, just to be clear, that these are going to be conditional uses.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is what's being proposed. And the framework then is once you get your meet the distance and basically check your distance, then you have all these other things you have to do so you look good. Right. So that's kind of the structure of the ordinance. And more public input, of course. Because
I'd rather know, I'd rather be able to tell my client I don't think I'd try to put a car wash there because the county's not gonna see that as the, you know, they're not really gonna want to support that enthusiastically. It's too close to 3 other ones, you know?
Yes.
And,
As to having,
you know,
as to opposed to having a law.
because
commercial site.
I don't have to tell you how much trouble and money you have to go through to get anything approved. You know, why would you want to start something you can't finish?
I wouldn't either, and the same thing, I would recommend to a client and say, look, this is something that the BOCC really isn't wild about, and there's 5 car washes over there within two square miles of each other, if you want to pick a site over here, but I don't want to get somebody who's 1.25 miles instead of 1.5 miles.
And that's where the
Cut out of it.
conditional use
And
comes in.
I 100% agree, the one thing I'm going to tell you, Terry, when you write laws, you cannot possibly, you can't catch every possible scenario. And so a lot of times when you write a regulation, you know what you're doing? You're creating a roadmap for somebody to go around it. In fact, Jamie and I are pretty good about that. We figure out how to do those things every day. But that's exactly what you do when you create something like that. So again, I have no issue doing these as a conditional use, but I don't want to do something that's arbitrary, that there's no science behind.
Or at the very least is easily attacked.
And it's
In
easily
court.
attacked, and the problem that I got is this is going, we're not the only community doing this, is going on all over the country. But every place where they've tried to do this, the courts come in and rule that that's arbitrary. You just can't set arbitrary standards, and there's lots of it. Didn't take me long to Google. I got a handful of articles right here. It's not hard to find.
How many trees do you
What
have
was
there?
interesting was even one of our local developers, Bose Development, has fought this battle. The other thing that I personally can't get behind in this ordinance is I'm not willing to change the rules in the middle of the game. We have applicants who have spent tens of thousands of dollars to have MPUDs approved. They've followed the rules, they've had their public hearings, their day in front of the commission, and they got their entitlement. And now we're saying, well, that entitlement really isn't entitlement. You gotta still come back to us again.
I'm with you on that one.
For that. And the same thing, I've got a site plan approval, but I really don't have a site plan approval because now I'm adopting all these screening and buffering and architectural requirements. And you'll think about that, if you'd invested in a car wash.
Terry, all that was changed.
That was changed, they're exempt, it's very limited applicability to someone already has a site plan approval.
Yeah, it's like hours of operation.
It's hours of operation, it's
Stacking.
noise, it's that water issue you pointed out, and there's one other thing.
So,
And there's other
okay, so let me,
classifications.
all right.
Yeah.
There's a car wash at the southwest corner behind McDonald's at 52 and 19, fairly new one, Dirty Dog or something he calls himself.
He's a bounty
If he
hunter.
wants to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and by the way, a lot of his customers are our sheriff's deputies who are keeping very nice, clean cars there. Who's he harming? Where's the noise pollution? Who's being affected by the noise, if there's actually any noise that comes from that car wash? He's backed up to the Werner Boys Salt Springs Park, a McDonald's, and US 19. So I've even got some issues with the whole hours of operation. Yeah, I understand if they want to come in a conditional use and they're next to a residential neighborhood, well, we can add hours of operation. I'm out here next to I-75 behind an industrial park. Who cares if they want to be 24/7?
The other thing to note too is the attached car washes don't have that limitation. So if you're attached to a gas station, you can run 24 hours a day, no problem.
Right.
There's no noise, and that could be next to a neighborhood.
So what are your thoughts on that, Jerry?
Right up to one.
Jerry, what are your thoughts on those items?
The hours of operation, as I noted earlier, is regulated by this section or as limited by conditional use.
So I don't have a problem regulating them on a case-by-case basis. I just hate to say, this guy's been in business. In fact, there's a car wash I can think of that's just south of this, along 19, along the west side of 19. His car wash been there since the 1980s. And he's got some big sailcloths up there. There's nobody lives behind there either. He's been there since the 1980s, and now all of a sudden we're going to come in and change the rules of the game. What did he do? He didn't do anything. He's been there. He's paid his taxes. He's been a good neighbor. He's rejuvenated his car wash, put up the nice modern sailcloth shade structures and everything. And now all of a sudden, Big Brother's going to come along and decides he should change his hours because somebody on Facebook doesn't like the car wash down the road.
But, yes, but.
Right, this is all about, this ordinance is about new car washes, new freestanding car washes.
Yeah, but you're applying the hours of operation to existing car washes, right?
Terry, that's paragraph 3 that I had struck, that then the numbering was messed up. That was why I struck that. Okay. We didn't have, he and I didn't have a chance to really talk about this draft. We wanted to get it out to you all as quickly as possible. That's why I struck that.
Okay, so it's not going to apply to.
Well, I mean, that was just coming from my opinion,
Right.
just as reading it, you know.
I didn't have enough time to verify the suggestion that Elizabeth was making, so the more conservative approach would be to present it. Right. If there's a discussion that, you know, we can remove, we should remove 3, we can remove.
True, and if you do want to talk about hours of operation in terms of what's around you, that's a legitimate consideration for staff, you know, for a policy direction, you know, to bring to the board and get feedback on based upon who your next door neighbor is.
Like I said, if we wanted to approve these by conditional uses, then we can evaluate them on a case-by-case basis, and if there needs to be a restriction on their operating hours to protect an adjacent neighborhood from noise, I think that's completely
And it gives the
reasonable.
public a chance to make a comment on that.
Absolutely.
And hours of operation are typical for conditional use standards in some situations, Denise? Yeah.
Absolutely, yes, they are. I just, if this is a conditional use and that section E stays the same, I don't think that we can make changes within the conditional use to the hours of operation.
Okay.
Because it's kind of like waiving a code requirement, which we can't do in a.
Right.
Right, and I had some concerns too about other, under A, Terry, that last sentence of A under applicability, because basically you're saying then that these people get a pass to everything in section 1106, which would include the noise ordinance. You create a conflict. So there, that very last bit should stop. Should stop at. that they shall not be prohibited.
Catherine brought it in.
That they've gotten their approvals, and a specific approval is part of already in this village of whatever, shall not be prohibited. And then you get rid of shall be subject to this section. That goes away, because if you look under further down, that is taken care of when you talk about number 5. Because all of those folks, you know, already have gotten that specific approval and design standard. Because if you have that very broad, none of 1106, then you have an internal inconsistency in your land development code. Because now they can do on-site storage and outside storage. All those things that you would have prohibited over in C2 now come into question.
But
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's just something that I noticed today sitting here.
But I guess, could you in looking at it from the opposite direction, just because you don't have to follow section 1106 doesn't mean that the other sections are.
I don't think the conflict is a good thing to create in that sense. So to just have it be straightforward, you know, I would think would make the most sense, because there's no need to have. Then you're actually coming back, and 5 is addressing it as well. So it's just internally inconsistent within that one section. You know,
So you're saying that the sentence should. How should the sentence?
That sentence should end, shall not be prohibited. Because they've already gotten their approval.
Instead of saying it shall not be subject to.
Right, it should say shall not be prohibited, period. Because you're referring to the actual prior approvals that were given to those specific car washes within what now have become prohibited areas. Okay? It's an easy fix. It's just for clarity. I mean, no one else up here picked up on it, but I did. So.
That's why they pay you to be a lawyer.
You're the attorney.
And that's consistent too with what Cynthia is concerned about and other people.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the danger of codifying some of these things, the distance, and it's much better to be, there could be some standards, but it's much better contained within a conditional use that can be modified on a case-by-case basis. I think by codifying some of this stuff, you open yourself up to litigation that we probably don't need to be opening ourselves up to.
Terry, I have a question. It's not necessarily an argument, a question. Maybe Denise, I need to go check this. So if I'm in a C2 district, what's the minimum setback?
Typically in a C2 district, the minimum setback is 20 feet.
Oh, it's 20. Okay, so that aligns with the ordinance. And what Terry is proposing is to put the building right at the front setback line, which forces all of the other stuff behind the building. Okay.
Yeah, in this case,
Have you
the
had
ordinance
any-
speaks to a maximum setback.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
He uses a minimum. I caught that. Clever. Have you spoken with the sheriff's department about this? So, in fact, I think Denise, it was maybe you that told me this, that the sheriff has videos of where some of the destitute and homeless population of the county likes to break into the vacuums at the car washes, because sometimes people suck up pennies and dimes and that kind of stuff. So if we've now got them hidden behind the building, is there more opportunity for that to go on?
I think they should just leave some loose change on the ground. That would be easier.
Well, in Canada, they say you should leave your keys in the car so that it can be stolen much easier.
Yeah, without doing more damage.
I don't know, I'm not gonna comment on what the criminology is in breaking into vacuum pumps and whatnot. If they're doing them now with the pumps facing the street, they're probably gonna do them wherever the pumps and vacuums.
Personally, I like the idea of the building being in front. I think it makes the
Yeah,
whole road.
you don't have to look at them break
I think
it
the whole road looks nicer.
Yeah, you don't have to look at them breaking
Yeah.
into it.
Presumably they'll have cameras there.
No,
too.
I understand. I mean, I think there's a lot of scenarios here. I think there's definitely an over-proliferation of car washes, and I think there's some design standards needed, and I like the conditional use idea too. I know we've kind of beat this to death here, and I know there's a couple people here to talk to. We're gonna let them talk first, and
why we
then
hold
figure
it
out.
here.
I mean,
So
so
we
we
get the
can keep
big
things
money.
moving.
So you get the big money, yeah. Okay. And Terry, are you all done then for your part?
Well, I think my last slide was simply to find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan. And to note that the schedule, the public hearing schedule will be September 3rd for the Board of County Commissioners to look at the proposed ordinance, and the second meeting would be the adoption on September 17th, which is
Okay.
the date that's in the ordinance.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Terry, and sorry to throw tomatoes at you.
Good work. Good work. Nothing's easy. Okay, I think we have some people in the audience that are here on this issue.
Using more regulations.
Who would like to be first?
Good evening, Cynthia Spidel. I'm with Stearns Weaver Miller at 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn. And I'm here, our firm represents the Circle K MPD that was recently approved on the corner of, it's the southeast intersection of New State Road 52, Clinton Avenue, and Prospect. It did not come before you because it's in the Villages of Pasadena Hills, Village Type 2. So I'm just here to reserve comment on this latest draft. So a version was circulated on July 29th, which I thought I would be speaking to today, but then luckily I checked last minute just to make sure that nothing was changed, and I saw that the version that was then posted online was different than the version that was distributed to the development community. So a lot of us were kind of caught off guard by that. I panicked. We went through it during lunch. I think it's okay, but I'm not 100% sure, but I don't want to slow it down if you're going to make a motion on it. I'd rather just reserve and come back to the Board of County Commissioners just to make sure my team has fully vetted it. So, but getting back to, if you guys can pull up that section A again, I read section A specific to use, and then section B specific to design standards. So I like the way that section was read, because in my opinion, it was specific to use. So we would just want to make sure that, because the Circle K is in a village type 2, that the use is not prohibited, because that's what the approval was. And then section B goes into 104, actually when it talks about, no, you got to go back up again. Up one more. So yeah, this is it right here, the limited applicability. So I went back through it and I checked that it's the DEF1 and 4B9, which was the hours of operation, which the Circle K is okay with. I had double checked that because that was in a prior version. And then the parking, striping, or whatever, it has to be clearly delineated. And then the B9 was a wastewater. So, but I'm happy to answer any of your questions because I know there was a lot of really good conversation. So if there's anything that, you know, you wanted to ask, I'm also happy to provide input. Thank you.
Okay.
This is actually a question for, I should have asked this when Terry was up here, on that language. Shall it say, because we're trying to grandfather people that have had applications in prior to September 17th, correct? So shall it say that shall only be subject to sections D, E, F? Is that correct? Because by saying they should be subject to those sections, you're not saying that they shouldn't be subject to the other sections, the new ones.
Right, it's prescribing the sections that.
Right, so they shall be subject to those sections, but everybody's subject to this section. So should it say shall only be subject?
I think that that's fine for clarity. That's
And then I have a question about that. What does it mean, deemed complete? Does that mean we've reviewed your application and staff has issued its notice of intent to improve, or does that mean you've submitted a application that's been deemed complete for content?
That's used, that word deemed complete is used elsewhere in the LDC. Maybe it's defined somewhere. I don't know, maybe Brad can explain that.
Should have left when you had the chance, Brad.
While Brad's walking up, I'd say that item 4.
Every 3 hours.
Item 4
Get your exercise.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, so well, I mean, Brad got here now, but I'll say on item 4, we say submitted prior to adoption of this ordinance, but we say September 17th in the other, and items 1 and 2, why we just put the date in 4 as well.
Oh, yeah.
Prior to the adoption? Okay.
Hey, Brad. You're on.
No, you still need your answer.
Brad Tippin, it's too late, I don't even know who I work for anymore. Plan Development, Economic Growth. Deemed complete, the way we use it, when we talk about an application is deemed complete, it means it has all of the items necessary to begin a review.
So, content.
Content review,
Deemed
basically.
complete for,
Correct.
we just add that.
That's how we typically use it. Yeah.
Okay. You're off the hook. Go sit down for another 3 hours. We'll get back to you.
Maybe a moot point anyway.
Alan Altman, 15701 Jasmine Road, San Antonio, and hopefully I am the last speaker in your day, a very long day, and I really only came up here to say thank you for your service, having not sat on Planning Commission, but on many other boards over the years. I know that as volunteers, you all get beat on and harassed, and you've sat here a long time today, and so I just wanted to say thank you. We've been over 2 years in the process for the Circle K that Cynthia spoke about. And I just want to be clear that I'd like for you all to go ahead and vote and move this ahead today. And that we are assured that our MPUD, which was approved by the VOPH Planning Board in March and approved by the VOCC in April, is intact and that we can move ahead. There were a couple of comments about the community meeting. I will tell you that we did a community meeting and didn't have a single person show up in opposition, and in fact had comments from people wanting to know when it could be installed and be ready. My project is on Highway 52 at Prospect Road, and there is one car wash today on Highway 52 from the Suncoast Parkway all the way to the Polk County line. One. On a road that DOT says is now estimated by the end of this year to be at 43,700 cars a day. So the project's needed, the residents desperately want it, and I appreciate your all's time and consideration and would encourage us to go ahead and move forward today so that maybe I can get to a closing table after 2.5 years. Thank you all.
Only 2.5 years, Alan. I can't believe he did it so quickly.
It doesn't seem that way when the clock is running and the bill is running.
Well, you know, the last person to speak, it's our tradition that they buy dinner.
Especially when we're running into dinner time.
Just our tradition. Okay.
It might be useful, once again, I'll repeat this, but you can find it consistent or inconsistent. You can recommend all sorts of ways to make it better, that sort of thing, you know, and still keep it moving forward. If it should be moving forward. I know that there's some staff folks under a lot of pressure to bring this to the board.
Yeah, we need to move it forward.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the conditional use direction with some guidelines for that, as opposed to codifying all of these details in the ordinance itself.
I think you
How do we do
stipulated
that,
that, didn't you, Liz?
Sorry, what?
Didn't you say that that was the way it was?
You can do that, but what I'm saying, what you're saying is that you can have a laundry list of conditional use things that we typically do, that Denise is familiar with those conditions that are applied on a case-by-case basis, and in doing so, you could have something like the conditional use shall be conditioned to include, but not limited to, hours of operation if necessary. You can create that verbiage and take out the extreme detail, and you're still giving guidance for staff to go, okay,
Right,
it's a conditional use in one case-by-case basis.
Including radius.
Well, I mean, yeah, whatever, but you know, to John's point, you don't want to have a bunch of arbitrary stuff. You want things that actually make sense in the industry, make sense for the public, you know, purpose and need of that, you know.
The industry which
particular-
changes on a day-to-day basis as well.
Right.
Okay. So let's move it
How
forward.
do we make that into a motion?
Well, do you want to put the language back up again and just go through and make your suggestions as to things that you think are too detailed for the ordinance itself? It should just be conditional use criteria on a case-by-case basis, and we can make notations of that.
I'll just try to make this simple.
Please.
I would move to recommend to the BOCC that all car washes, whether they be tunnels, coin-operated hand washes, it's a car wash, it's a car wash, it's a car wash, that all car washes be approved by conditional use.
Is that including attached to gas stations in the?
All car washes. That way, I'm not discriminating against one car wash versus another car wash versus another. Because I'm going to tell you right now, when you try to write that definition, I'll figure out a way to go around it. I'm really good at that.
In all transparency, with conversations we've had in-house, was basically, did the board intend for all car washes or just a particular business model?
So my thinking on that, my rationale on that is, the reason people build car washes is because they can sell a membership and they can hold land and they can do, thanks to our federal tax policy, we can take bonus depreciation on the equipment. Well, that's no different if I got a coin-operated car wash than it is whether it's a tunnel-operated car wash. And I could make one with all kinds of fancy neon lights, and I could probably figure out how to sell pizzas and hamburger at the same time out of the place. So, car washes.
And then should there be, within that conditional use, should there be a guideline?
I think that if the use is discontinued for a certain minimum of time, and we can leave that to discretion of the board, whether that be 6 months or 12 months or 36 months, that you need to remove that use. Our fear of these car washes is that we're going to end up with a bunch of vacant car wash tunnels with very little potential for adaptive reuse. So make them take it down. I think that's as simple as you can make a motion. I can sit here and try to let the staff do what it's going to do.
And you keeping all the design standards that are in here for
I'm
the
fine
new
with
ones?
I'm fine with all the staff's proposed design standards. I'd recommend that the board adopt those. The board, a future board may have to come back and revisit them. I don't know. Try it.
What about the spacing?
I am not in support. I absolutely am not in support of the spacing, and if you do every car wash as a conditional use, that leaves it up to the board to decide whether the spacing is adequate, whether it be a mile, 5 miles, or a quarter mile. And I don't run the risk of Mr. Car Wash coming down here and saying, well, you've given him a 1.5 mile exclusive trade area.
And no restriction to hours of operation?
You can address all of those things in a conditional use.
Yeah.
I think we should just make this as simple as possible. It's just like the invasive species. We took what was a proposal that was 40-something pages and we narrowed it down to 1 paragraph. And I think we could do the same with the car washes.
Agreed.
That's my motion.
All right, do you have a second?
I'll second that.
And that's a motion for consistency as well?
Can we recap the motion?
Please restate the motion.
Yeah.
She's like,
The motion
I
is,
apologize.
the
My
motion is make the
apologies,
paragraph.
Madam Clerk. I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that all car washes shall be a conditional use and shall meet the design standards as currently presented by staff. That's it. Nothing more, nothing
You're not
less.
going to talk about the removal?
And that a special set of conditional use conditions, similar to like those that we use for cell phone towers, be created for car washes.
And the ordinance is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Don't forget that part.
With those
What about
recommendations.
you talking about the removal if they're not in use for 6 months or whatever the time?
That's the set of
Okay.
conditions
Okay.
I'm referring to.
Okay.
In addition to the hours of operation and
And
spacing
a
and all.
conditional use,
That
the
goes
board
in the
can
budget.
decide
Gotcha.
the hours as appropriate.
Did you get
I
that?
still second. Is that clear from?
Is it clear enough?
Well, one of
Okay.
the commissioners is sitting here, she's heard our recommendation. And then she'll have to decide whether she likes it or she doesn't.
Okay, we got a motion, we got a second, further discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign? Very good.
All right.
I have an ex parte. Mr. Altman.
6 hours is enough. or
Thank you,
5
Planning
hours is enough.
Commission.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes to 7.
All right, do I have another motion?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
I have 3 of those. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Liam, thanks.
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Pasco County waterways and wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants directly into our lakes and rivers, creating an unhealthy environment for fish, waterfowl, and other aquatic animals. Storm drains are meant for clean rainwater. Most other discharges are illegal. If you suspect an illicit discharge, please contact Pasco County Department of Public Works at 727-834-3611.
Oftentimes when you find a loose or a lost dog, they're not abandoned. They're close to their home. Almost 80% of stray dogs live within a mile of where they were found. Did you know the best thing you can do for a dog that's lost or stray like this one is to keep it in the area in which it was found? Only 25 to 30% of stray dogs that come to the shelter actually get returned to its owner. And there's so much you can do to get little ones like this home. You can connect with your neighbors via social media, hang up posters in your neighborhood with the dog's picture, or even check door to door. If you haven't found the owner right away, don't worry, it might take a couple days. Some dogs have identification on them like licenses, tags, collars, or even microchip implants. You can check at your local veterinary clinic or pet store where the dog can get scanned for the owner's information. You can help get friendly, healthy stray dogs back to their homes by following these few simple tools. And remember, always report aggressive, sick, or injured animals to animal services right away. They serve, as I did, to fight for our freedoms. We here at Go Pasco want to return the favor by serving you. Go Pasco offers all active duty military and veterans unlimited free rides on our fixed route buses. When you step on the bus, just show the driver one of these forms: military ID card, DD Form 2, valid VA card, V on your driver's license, or Go Pasco Veteran ID. Go Pasco, where veterans ride free.
Here in Florida, we're no stranger to rain, and Pasco County Public Works wants to show you how we're working to improve drainage along your roads. Our crews work hard to keep your roads in great shape, and you'll notice after a heavy rain, we often see ponding or standing water on the road that doesn't easily drain away.